Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications and services, provide best practices and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications and services, provide best practices and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications and services, provide best practices and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications and services, provide best practices and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together.
Very good morning to you all joining us today for the DigiPLACE Closing Conference. Today we're going to be looking at the future building blocks and asking the question how platforms can help to deliver the EU Green Deal goals. We'll be talking a lot about that and bringing it into sort of discussions about renovation, about digital. Really got a lot of great speakers lined up for you for today. Now, of course, this is happening virtually for obvious reasons. It would be lovely to meet in person, of course, but one good thing about doing everything remotely and online is that so many people can be reached, and there's almost 700 of you all signed up from all across Europe, so you're all very welcome, and I do hope that you will be putting your questions to our speakers. So let me just tell you a little bit about the functionality. You have got on the platform a Q&A function. Now please do use that to send questions to our speakers. If you have a question for one particular panelist, you can select that and say so in the question. If it's for all panelists, you can also make that point as well. Do try and keep the questions concise, as I will be checking them here on my tablet, and hopefully we will get through as many as possible. You can also discuss on social media. Use the hashtag DigiPLACE and make sure to get that trending wherever you are. Now with that, I'm going to hand over the floor to our DigiPLACE Communications Coordinator, Riccardo Viaggi.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Good morning to all of you as well on my side. As the DigiPLACE Communications Coordinator, it is a pleasure to have you all online. Just a couple of words on my side. After 21 months of work, we are very honored to have you at this DigiPLACE closing conference. I would like to thank and salute all the partners for their hard work in these last 21 months. This is a very important collaboration that we have undertaken here, and it is great to today salute that and have this closing conference. One thing I would like to mention from a communications point of view is that this is today the closing conference of a project, but it is the starting point of an additional set of work streams. We would like to invite you to get involved in that by joining the community of stakeholders of DigiPLACE. There is a QR code on your screen which you can grab with your phones and indeed join the community of stakeholders of the DigiPLACE project, which again will continue after we have finished our work. Last but not least, today we're launching a premiere of the final booklet of the project. This is an interactive booklet. It is not a printed piece of paper. It is very much a digital product. And we're going to launch it today, and I would like to show you a little video, a minute video of an interactive DigiPLACE final booklet. This is to you. So as you can see, this is available already. This is on the DigiPLACE project website, of course, and I invite you to look at it after the conference, of course. Once again, thank you very much for being with us today. The floor is back to you, Jennifer.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. We'll all look forward to playing with that. We can do that during their breaks, which we will have a few of, as well as the lunch break, because we are going to be talking in 4 blocks today. And I'll explain to you the agenda as we go on, so don't worry about that. But one thing we are going to do is have some interaction, because this is all about you, all of you hundreds watching. So we're going to do some polls. Now you can see there's a poll function on your screen, and I'm going to get an ice-breaking poll off to start, just to take the temperature of the audience. So the first question we're asking today is, what is your understanding of DigiPLACE? You have got a few options there. You've no clue. That's what you're here to find out about. It's just another EU project on digital construction. It's an attempt to coordinate digital construction platforms. It's a risk for early stage digital construction innovation, or it's a useful contribution to digitize construction. Those are your options. I mean, please do vote for them, as we will be looking at those to find out what people think and come back to them later on. But we're now going to hand over the floor. We're very pleased to have joining us to make the opening speech Maive RUTE, who is Deputy Director General in DG Grow in the European Commission. And since 2020, she's been dealing with the Internal Market, Industry and Entrepreneurship and SMEs Department. She was previously at the Joint Research Centre, and she has come from a background in Estonian business, export financing and the Estonian Central Bank. So a huge wealth of knowledge and expertise. Maive, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, and good morning from my side as well. It's a pleasure to be today here with you at the final conference of DigiPLACE. And as we see it, I think this project, DigiPLACE, is a very clear signal that the main actors in the construction ecosystem have really received our message loud and clear. And the message, of course, being that the EU can achieve the European Green Deal objectives if we collectively succeed in really putting the steps in place for transition towards digital and green future. So the way we see the construction ecosystem is really that it's in fact a network of competencies that brings together very different actors. Altogether, as you know, construction contributes almost 10%, 9.6% of EU value added, employs nearly 25 million people in 5.3 million firms, and the number already tells us majority, really almost all of these companies are small businesses. So this is really the type of European business which is very common, very much everywhere, and where of course we have to do what we can to make this transition go smoothly. So construction ecosystem, construction is something that really benefits all of us. Yet we cannot neglect that it also has a major impact on the environment. It accounts for half of Europe's extracted resources, and more than a third of global energy use and CO2 emissions also come from buildings and construction. So for the sustainability of our environmental footprint, this ecosystem is really essential. We believe that the renovation wave has created actually a good momentum for really this transition to sustainability and digitalization to happen, with a very ambitious objective, at least to double the annual energy renovation rate of residential and non-residential buildings by 2030. And then, as you know, also various further initiatives are on the way. At the same time, the resilience and recovery plans and the Renovate flagship, which is there, will provide budgetary support for the transformation. And judging by the draft plans that we have received, all member states have perceived this opportunity, have really made investments as a priority, investments in renovation as a priority in their national resilience and recovery plans. Therefore, we see that Europe now has really a unique chance of making renovation a win-win for climate neutrality as well as for a recovery of our economy. But that is of course the condition for this to happen, that the construction businesses, the industry, has to be ready to face this challenge and seize opportunity. So building on our 2020 industrial strategy, the Commission has updated our strategy and focusing on 3 points. And we have updated this really quite recently now, only in May, the updated strategy was adopted. And we look at really 3 focus areas: how to strengthen the resilience of the single market, then what it takes to support Europe's open strategic autonomy, and then how to support the business case for the twin digital and green transition. And I see that all these dimensions are relevant for the construction ecosystem that now must jump through the various development stages towards a more competitive and sustainable built environment. Indeed, still too many obstacles remain in the internal market. National marks and certifications for construction products, in conjunction with insufficient and uneven market surveillance, still affect the functioning of the internal market. For construction services, compulsory certification schemes based on national standards and regulations without functioning mutual recognition schemes still continue to hinder the emergence of a true pan-European EU market. So on our side, we are working on the revision of the construction product regulation to address the problems of the standardization process and to make the regulation fit for future in terms of sustainability and digitalization. And I would like to thank many of you who have actively contributed to different rounds of our stakeholder consultations around this initiative. And our objective is to finalize the update of the construction product regulation proposal by the end of this year. Now, in the recent update of our industrial strategy, we also set out that the Commission will co-create in partnership with industry, with businesses, public authorities, social partners, stakeholders, so-called transition pathways for our industrial ecosystems. And these pathways will offer a bottom-up understanding of the scale, cost, long-term benefits and conditions of all these actions that are required to go through the digital and green transformation of our industrial players. And we believe that this will really help the policy setting as well as actual implementation towards sustainable competitiveness. And of course, these pathways are meant to help really pave the way towards implementation of very ambitious climate targets, but furthermore to really direct investments and our European level programs and the public and private initiatives at member states level. Now, further, maybe a few points about what the conference today is particularly tackling the digitalization challenges, data spaces. As we all know, the COVID crisis has shown that companies pursuing digitalization are more likely to succeed. And digitalization, of course, has a strategic role also in the construction ecosystem to make it more resilient, more competitive. And platforms the platforms are really instrumental in this digital transition. We believe that the construction ecosystem needs to speed up and embrace the challenge of improving productivity, taking up circular approaches, and in this regard also the digital platforms can really be helpful. Furthermore, new quality job profiles would need to be developed. And of course, in regulatory and administrative processes such as procurement permits still need to evolve towards more simplification. DigiGrow has been DigiGrow being a department in the European Commission, of course. DigiGrow has been a precursor in promoting the use of BIM in public procurement. We continue to do so through a new project to develop a model for conducting a cost-benefit analysis for the use of BIM, the Building Information Management in public procurement. It will be a tool designed according to public procurers' needs and give them evidence that they need on costs and benefits for using BIM on an individual project basis. We also want to boost the creation of a new tool for holding data. The data strategy is to develop common European data spaces in strategic economic sectors and domains of public interest, such as construction. European data spaces will allow data from across the EU, both public sector and businesses, to be exchanged. And this in a trustworthy manner, hopefully at a lower cost. And therefore, of course, it should be helping promote and boost the data-based products and services. And let me now say maybe a few words about Horizon Europe as well, which as you know is really an important element in the future competitiveness and providing inputs to these digitalization efforts as well. With Horizon Europe, there will be opportunities for construction firms to participate in research and innovation. For example, we are creating an ambitious public-private partnership for sustainable built environment. This Built for Europe or Built for People partnership aims to ensure greater integration of the whole value chain, including also planners and architects, builders and installers, as well as public authorities and building occupants. Horizon Europe will also address digitalization of the construction ecosystem. This is important not only for buildings, but of course for infrastructure in general. Digital innovations can deliver faster, higher quality construction, hopefully safer building sites, opportunities for new skills and job profiles, and lower costs. And by investing in this way, we can also make construction a more attractive employment prospect, hoping to attract different talents, younger people, why not also more gender balance in the construction business, including more women in the workforce. And let me finish by briefly mentioning a very important new initiative we have, the new European Bauhaus. President von der Leyen announced the new European Bauhaus in September 2020 to bring a common vision for these many different work streams I have been mentioning here. The built environment is not only materials and energy, but also people. It's also communities, affordability and aesthetics, quality of life, and also the social dimension of our built environments. A call for projects has been launched by the Commission, by the Joint Research Center of the Commission, and now the hundreds of projects which we have received are currently being assessed under the Bauhaus umbrella. A large range of consultations are also ongoing, and you are all welcome to contribute to it with your expertise, your knowledge, your creativity, and hopefully your willingness to make Europe a better and more sustainable place to live. I wish you a fruitful meeting today, and we look forward to work together in partnership. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Maive, for that introduction, and we will be hearing more from the European Commission colleagues about those digital places later on today, so don't go away. Now, let's take a look at the responses to that first polling question. Let's see what people responded. What's your understanding of DigiPLACE? And a massive 43%, the biggest number, said it was a useful contribution to digitise construction. Another 38% said it was an attempt to coordinate digital construction platforms. So most of you certainly got it right and will be on board with everything we're discussing today. Only 19%, but nearly a fifth of people want to find out more. No clue, want to find out more. Presumably, it's not no clue. Presumably, it's just a little bit of a clue. So thank you for answering that polling question. There will be more polls as we go through the day, so I really do encourage you to please take part in those. We want to hear what you think. Now, for those small percentage who were here to find out more about DigiPLACE, this panel is for you, because this is a recap of the DigiPLACE project and its main outcome. And so I would like to give the floor with two speakers on this, Alberto Pavan from the Politecnico di Milano and Nicholas Neville from CSTB, the DigiPLACE RAF. Alberto, I will give the floor to your hands first. You're going to give us a general overview of the project. Tell us all about it. The floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. Hello, everyone, and thanks for the floor. And thanks to be here with us. I'm Alberto Pavan, Polytechnics of Milan, DigiPLACE project coordinator. Next slide, please. DigiPLACE is the Horizon 2020 project to create the reference architecture framework and the roadmap of the future European digital construction platform. Can you start the video now? Thanks.
Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together.
Okay. So, next slide, please. So, as you could see, the project has been a duration of 18 months, plus 3 months extension for COVID pandemic. It consists of 7 work package for 37 deliveries, all completed, for a run cost of 1 million euros. Next slide, please. The project can be summarized in these 11 expected impact to which we had to give answer. Next slides, please. The first answer, we define what is a digital platform between software suite, server farm, web portal, cloud storage, etc. Next slide, please. The second answer, we define what is a platform in construction sector, not a tools, not only a BIM CDE, but something more likely a knowledge need. Next slide, please. The third and final answer, we define it the way forward, okay? We have to left the cut. Okay, we have to complete the BIM transition, but in the end, we need to look at the EU construction common data space. This is our future, people and data in the middle of multi-dimension digital construction world. Next slide, please. I close my speech with our initial picture of the team. Thanks to our 30 advisory board member, great job. Thanks to our 600 or more stakeholder community member, fundamental support. Stakeholder community where you are also invited with this QR code, invited to the next step of the European Digital Construction Platform. Next slide, please. So thanks to all the people who have worked for DigiPLACE project, and I give you the floor again.
Thank you very much for that. We are delighted with your introduction, but we're going to go over now to your colleague to help join this. So, Nicolas, I think you're going to pick up where Alberto left off.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Alberto. Yes, I'm Nicolas Naville from CSTB. We've been leading the work package 5 of the project dedicated to the definition of the reference architecture framework. And I will give you a brief outline of this framework right now. So I first remind you the scope and purpose of the document. If you can move to the next slide, please. Then give you the overview of this reference architecture framework. And finally, discuss with you a selection of guidelines and open options that have been proposed by the project partners. Next slide. Next. So first of all, what is the scope of this reference architecture framework? It is intended to provide a comprehensive set of common guidelines for building and deploying interoperable digital platform for the construction sector across Europe, including both public and private platforms, at local or European scale. And we can find in this framework different types of guidelines. First of all, general guidelines for implementing digital platforms, things like interoperability, use of open standards, data security and privacy. So this applies to all platforms. Then we can find guidelines about tools and services that should be developed or generalized in order to support key use cases. And finally, we had a special focus on the required public services and regulations required to support this vision, both at EU and member state levels. Next slide, please. Well, what is the purpose of this framework? This purpose derives from the observation that the construction digitalization is a very complex process involving regulations, standardization works, public and private platforms and other initiatives, IT architecture issues, business model disruptions, etc. So considering this, we intend to put all these existing references into a comprehensive and structured vision and highlight their interconnections. This is the first objective. Then improve our common understanding of the ongoing evolutions and educate ourselves on the disrupting potential of digital platforms. So this is a collective intention. Then identify the gaps in this current landscape in terms of actions to be carried out to fill them in order to facilitate the development of platforms based on a common vision shared among construction and other stakeholders. This is very important. Create a level playing field for both construction stakeholders and digital services providers. And finally, of course, support the identified underlying objectives, which have been extensively detailed in the deliverable, and which include, of course, sustainability and supporting the objectives of the EU Green Deal and renovation wave. Next, please. So this framework is detailed in deliverable 5.2 of the project, architecture guidelines, which have been delivered at the beginning of the year. Next. This reference architecture framework is not a standalone achievement of the project, but should be considered in relation with other key outputs of DigiPLACE. The first one being a previous work aiming to identify key use cases and high-level specification from DigiPLACE platform. And this provides somewhat the vision, the common vision of the digital transformation of the European industry, expressed as key use cases. Then we've got the architecture framework itself, drawing and proposing the required architecture to support this vision in terms of digital tools and platforms. And finally, last part of the project has been dedicated to defining a strategy roadmap, intending to define how to get there from the present situation in terms of promotion, research effort, further pilot projects, regulation, and more generally deployment of new services. Next, please. Just to illustrate the selection of key use cases and definition of high-level specifications of the platform, this work led to the selection of 36 key use cases, so a very synthetic vision of what we collectively intend to achieve going forward. These use cases have been clustered in 5 areas that you can see here on the screen with the 5 colors. And I just picked a sample of 5 use cases, one for each area, just to give you an idea of the level of of definition of this collective vision. So what do we want to do in the future? We want to enable seamless access to product data, readable by machines, with automatic matching between manufacturers, products, and BIM data. We want to have digitalized building permit application and delivery with semi-automated compliance checking. In the field of data and knowledge sharing, we want to enable business to government data sharing for the public interest. We want to propose standardized BIM-based environmental lifecycle assessment workflows, and guarantee smooth integration amongst the tools that are used for this. And a last example, in the field of business and market and collaboration, we need to integrate project tools with enterprise resource planning, CRM, and other business management tools. This is very important. Next slide, please. So let's now jump into the overview of the reference architecture framework. Next. So basically, this is the overall picture of the framework. It is comprised of two main blocks. One here on the bottom, which are the core guidelines of the framework, which are about enabling interoperability and data sharing in construction. And on top of this, you can find area-specific guidelines designed to leverage interoperability and data sharing in construction, with 4 application areas that have been identified: environmental performance, large-scale data sharing with this idea to create a European big data platform for the construction sector, business, market, and collaboration issues, and the last one, public services and initiatives. In terms of core guidelines, we find 2 main pillars. First pillars here, bottom left, which is about interoperability, common language, and common processes. And here we can find considerations about and guidelines about data formats, data models, and semantics, and also the use of open standards. And another series of guidelines about information management and processes, including both collaboration and common data environments. And another aspect, which is data management along the lifecycle and digital twin. So 2 different aspects. And with the last types of guidelines here about, which is more a meta level, about the governance and necessary access to these standards and frameworks. Pillar 2 on bottom right is about control over the use of data, which is a second very important aspect, including 4 categories of guidelines: data storage, security, and sovereignty, data ownership issues, data qualification and trust issues, and finally, data availability and sustainability. I don't enter into more details at this stage. I will come back to it afterwards. Next, please. This slide is just to remind that the regulatory framework and construction rules largely determine how the information should be structured and exchanged among construction stakeholders. And as such, they constitute a very important external reference for the reference architecture framework. And this is particularly true for construction rules and, for example, the future revision of the construction product regulation. Regulations were also mentioned as part of the framework itself, considering that public authorities should work on providing better digital access to rules across Europe, and also working on progressive digitalization of these rules to enable a better integration. Next slide, please. So now that I've given you this very general overview of the framework, we'll go through the different parts of it and with a selection of some guidelines and also open discussion subjects and options that have been proposed during the project. So starting with the core guidelines, next slide, please. So first pillar, next slide. Yes, you can move on. In this first pillar about interoperability and common language and processes, we can first find considerations about the importance of open standards. So this is not something very new, but we've tried to make it clear why these open standards are necessary going forward. And this is just a synthesis of this. So open standards are key to enable digital continuity over the full life cycle of construction works. and not only during the project phase, to enable cross-domains and multi-scale digital twins, and more generally, achieve interoperability between different proprietary software and platforms. They are necessary for BIM-based public procurement and regulatory procedures, like digital permitting. They help achieve sustainable long-term preservation of information and guarantee the preservation of information over the very long run. And a last aspect is that they are useful for enabling the contribution of the publicly funded academia to the progress of BIM technology in a vendor-neutral way. So these are just a few reasons why they are really instrumental for the digital transition. Next slide, please. So still in the first pillar, other guidelines that have been underlined are about the necessity to integrate BIM and geographical information data to enable territorial digital twins. A strong focus has been proposed on the importance of semantic interoperability, and this has been extensively explained and described in the deliverable, with a focus on product data and guidelines for achieving interoperable product data, and decided to define a common digital language aligned with the existing and evolving technical and regulatory language, as already mentioned. The idea to go towards a European data dictionary for semantic interoperability that can be thought as a network of dictionaries with common framework and governance. So governance is a very important aspect, not only technical issues, but also governance of dictionaries. A more open discussion has arisen concerning the semantic and modeling and linking standard currently discussed as part of the CNTC 442, and the need to define and adopt reference ontologies at European level. Collaborative processes are a very important part, and here guidelines mainly revolve around the implementation of ISO 19650 and the implementation issues. And finally, the need to define or somewhat harmonize building digital twin methodologies, including the handling of IoT data, with many existing initiatives and references that have been identified in the deliverable. Next slide, please. So moving to the second pillar now. Next. Here, yes, I won't go into very much detail, but we can find guidelines with data sovereignty, the importance of the sovereignty of cloud services, the link with common European data spaces, and initiatives about European data infrastructure, like the Gaia-X initiative. The importance of data security and cybersecurity has been underlined, in particular in the context of the development of IoT data. GDPR compliance, of course, for personal data, but also data ownership in business relations issues, and with the importance of transparency on the use of data. This has been underlined by construction stakeholders. We can find guidelines about the management of data with contractual or regulatory value, which is quite important to address for the use of BIM in the future. And finally, as already mentioned, data sustainability over the full life cycle of construction project, at least, and which can mean very long run. Next, please. So I'll go briefly into the four application areas. The first one that I will detail is environmental performance, a very important one, stressed by the partners. And here the guidelines are structured along these main issues. First one is the objective to support the widespread use of the existing levels framework for sustainability in construction works, with the need to provide digital tools to enable to inform as well as to use the framework easily. Then a series of guidelines about life cycle assessment for the construction sector. well, the overall idea being to make BIM-based lifecycle assessment a reality to allow smoother integration of lifecycle assessment at all phases of the construction project and as a decision support tool. And with an important reference being the current work at ISO about environmental product declarations for BIM. Next slide, please. The other guidelines about environmental performance relate to circular economy to enable the development of buildings as digital material banks and digital deconstruction processes. And we can find other general guidelines, for example, about creating generic dashboards of geo-clustered buildings performance in the European Union, or harmonizing scan-to-BIM for renovation or deconstruction. And finally, the importance in this field of sharing of best practices through common platforms. Next, please. So now we move to the area of dedicated to business, market, and collaboration. Here we've had very interesting discussions about the need to address implementation issues for digital collaborative processes, and particularly to streamline and simplify the setup of BIM collaboration. This is particularly true for SMEs. So to streamline it, we need to work on, yes, the harmonization of all the documents supporting collaboration. And a key enabler for this will be to work, and is already underway, it is to work on the definition of common syntaxes and classification for digital use cases. This is, yes, a necessary step to simplify collaboration. Then other guidelines relate to digital supply chain and the integration of BIM objects into BIM models, including also not only construction products, but also construction equipments. The link with ERP, CRM, and other business tools of companies. And finally, guidelines with the digitalization of SMEs and the issues around skills. Next slide, please. Yes, I didn't mention it, but I don't take them in the same order. That's why I haven't addressed this one yet, but I'll address large-scale data sharing last, but now I'll move to public services and initiatives. Next, please. So this is, as mentioned in the introduction, the DigiPLACE project had a focus on future public digital platforms. And this is the proposed perimeter of future public digital platforms for the construction sector. It is structured along 3 levels, 3 layers here, the 3 colors that you can see on the screen. So on the bottom, the first layer is about granting access to data and knowledge. This idea that emerged to create a repository of EU digital commons for the construction sector. And we can see it is not only about access to data and public data. Data is just one aspect, but if we go from the bottom, we first have the need to share standards and yes, interoperability issues. On top of it, we need to define and share data dictionaries, ontologies, to share a common language. Then we also need to define and share templates and guidelines to enable and facilitate BIM collaboration. We need to provide better access to construction rules across Europe. Then we find the data, including generalized access to public data, territorial digital twins, environmental performance data, etc. But also government, business to business or business to government data sharing. And finally, the sharing of best practices, feedback on all the framework, and education tools for construction stakeholders. Then the second layer is about providing access to digitalized public services. These include both, yes, digitalized public services like building permits, future building logbooks, We can find the connection with other existing public platforms like, I don't know, the NEVES platform for sustainability assessment. And we can also find here the link with public procurement platforms. And on top of the screen, the third layer is the idea to grant access to BIM and collaboration services through public platforms. So with this idea to have publicly driven open platforms for BIM and collaboration services. And moving to the next slide, I will go deeper into this proposal that was discussed. So what is the principle of such an idea? It is to provide an open architecture and orchestration system to integrate both public and private services into meaningful workflows for different use cases. Doing so, we want to ensure a fair distribution of value among stakeholders involved. And we want to add on this a facilitation of collaboration through the use of templates and the assessment of compliance and interoperability level of the services proposed. Next slide, please. What is the rationale behind such a proposal? Well, there are different arguments. First is to provide a BIM and collaboration toolkit readily usable by all stakeholders, including SMEs, and that can be used to answer the requirements related to the use of BIM in public procurement in particular. Not only this, but this is an objective. Then the second objective is to create a level playing field through a platform that would be opened equally to all providers, designed to promote innovation and new entrants, especially small players in the field of digital services, foster competition, avoid market capture by some players, and ensure fair distribution of value across the value chain. And behind this, from European standpoint, there is this idea that we can promote European vendors and increase the technical value of smaller players' services by integrating them, thus reinforcing the ecosystem of European digital AEC services. So this is key behind this platform. Next slide, please. So two last ideas about the rationale for such platforms. The need to ensure the respect of European principles in terms of data security, data sovereignty, and data ownership. And finally, these platforms would focus on unmet needs like multi-scale or cross-lifecycle data integration that proprietary platform failed to address in a comprehensive way. A very important point of caution that was raised during the discussions, if we are to actually implement such open publicly driven platforms, we need to ensure vendor neutrality through adapted processes and to enroll and assess the services that are proposed through platforms. Next slide, please. I will now finish with the last application area, which is about large-scale data sharing and the creation of European big data platform for the construction sector. First of all, we want to improve EU-wide access to public data. And doing so, we want to leverage on existing or developing frameworks, the levels framework that I already mentioned. Also, the future building logbooks with a recent European study about the definition of a framework for these building logbooks. And they will be key to, yes, really increase the amount of data and the quality of data available about building stocks in the EU. We want to enable business to government data sharing for the public interest. And this will have to be done in relation with the future Data Act, which is currently in discussion. And to be fully honest, we identified that for achieving this idea of European big data platform for the construction sector, the sector cannot work in an isolated way, and we need to better connect the construction sector to the existing initiatives. And I just cited 3 of them here. The common European data spaces that were mentioned by Maive RUTE in introduction, the GaiaX initiative and Open DEI. I have just 3 slides to illustrate this. Next, please. This is from the European Data Strategy. And these are the common European data spaces that are proposed. And we can see we have some about industrial and manufacturing. We can find the Green Deal here, public administration. So here, and these common data spaces not only address technical tools for data sharing, but also sectoral data governance, agreements for data sharing. So we need to find the place for construction in this landscape. Next slide. GaiaX, which is a German, French, and now European initiatives for a federated data infrastructure for Europe. And here I just illustrate that the use cases that have been submitted so far are clustered into 8 domains. And again, we can find energy, industry 4.0, SMEs, public sector here. So many connections with the construction sector, but again, we can build on this to concerning data infrastructure for the construction sector. And the last slide, please. This is the Open DEI initiatives, which is also underway. So it's about digitizing European industry. And here 4 domains were identified, and we can find again manufacturing or energy that have connections with the construction sector. So this DEI initiatives provides a reference architecture for cross-domain digital transformation. Last slide, please. To conclude on this last section, I just wanted to to stress that, of course, DigiPLACE and these initiatives are not to be put on the same level, but in the future we can certainly build on these trans-sectoral approaches, and on the contrary, benefit from the work that has been done in DigiPLACE, which is much more sectoral oriented, and which addresses in a more comprehensive way the different aspects of digital transition to really have synergies between the two. Thank you. I will stop at this point.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed, Nicolas and Alberto, there for giving us such a great overview, very, very detailed and very, very comprehensive, I should say, overview of the entire project. We're going to go to another poll now. I'm going to ask the audience has been paying close attention, so they've been learning a little bit more, I think. What do you think is the main added value of a digital industrial platform in construction? So you've got some options there. It's a marketplace for innovative services, a library of regulation and standards, a repository of admin documents for tenders, a checklist of compliance and regulatory processes, a connector with other web-based services, or a way for public procurers to turn digital. So do have a vote on that. I encourage our audience to do that. And of course, remember, you can also use the Q&A function to ask questions of our panelists. Gentlemen, there has been just one question come in from Jakob Bietz, quickly asking, how can we get a hold of the technical specs of the RAF? I don't know which of you would like to answer that. Alberto.
I can provide a first answer.
Okay.
But as mentioned, all the guidelines are detailed in the deliverable itself, which is architecture guidelines. It's deliverable 5.2 of the project. It will be made available on the project's platform, on the project website, sorry, together with the last deliverables of the strategy roadmap. And this should be done maybe together with also the digital booklet of the project. I don't know if it's already available, but if not, it will be available very soon on the website.
Absolutely. We will be sharing all the information we can online, so you can always click through. Don't worry about missing anything. We will try and share everything with you online. Alberto, just a quick follow-up question for you. I don't know if you've been looking at that poll that we've just held there for the public. What do you think is the main added value of a digital industrial platform? Which one of those would you have voted for?
Sorry, what? I have...
You can't hear. What do you think is the main added value of a digital industrial platform in construction, if you had to pick one thing that stands out?
The main added value is the transversal knowledge. So we could have, in the first time in our history, a transversal knowledge in all our country, because we are a mix of old countries. So we have France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and so on. And so we need a net of knowledge. So we could obtain a really knowledge net for the construction knowledge, and digitalization is the way to have this one.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't think we have any more questions. Let me double check. Do we have any more questions from our audience? No, you've successfully covered that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think we'll have a look at the results of our poll to see what the audience thought after listening to your really, really interesting presentations. Oh, very tight. We have a joint winner. It's a marketplace for innovative services and a connector with other web-based services. There's also a few other voting going on. You can still vote. We're going to take a break now, so continue to vote on that. We'll be really interested to hear your points and interested to hear your thoughts and comments as well throughout the rest of the day. We're going to take a quick break so you can grab a coffee and absorb and digest everything that Nicolas and Alberto have been explaining. And then we're going to come back at 10:15 Brussels time, 10:15 here in Central European time. And we're going to be looking at how to put digital to work for the EU Green Deal. So don't go away. We'll be back very soon.
Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick.
welcome back to this next section of today's DigiPLACE closing conference. Now, today on this section, we're going to be discussing how to really put digital to work for the European Green Deal. We have some great panelists to discuss that with us, so make sure you get your questions into those Q&A boxes for them, and we will do our best to deal with all of them. Joining us from the European Commission, we have the Member of Cabinet of Frans Timmermans, Daniel Mess. We also have Clemens Arto, the Head of European Government Affairs at Autodesk, and joining me in the studio, Eugenio Quintieri from EBC. But before we get to this discussion part, to really set the stage for us, we're very pleased to welcome Dr. Ziga Turk from the University of Ljubljana. The floor is yours, sir. Give us this overview, really set the stage for us for this discussion.
Hello, good morning, greetings from Ljubljana. I have a couple of slides ready, and I think to put the message of these slides short, you cannot deliver the EU Green Deal without digitizing construction. Next slide, please. The ambitions of the EU Green Deal are actually quite high. I mean, Europe is striving to be the first climate neutral continent. Zero net emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050. Economic growth decoupled from resource use, and also no person and no place being left behind. And increasing EU climate ambition is really the name of the game here. Next slide, please. As you can see on the very left side chart, the CO2 emissions are going up. If you look carefully at the bottom right of that chart, the yellow area actually is the European Union. You see that we had some success since the 1990s, but that we will have to do much, much more in the years to come. And if you observe the right-hand chart a little bit more carefully, you will actually see that the building and the use of energy in buildings, the reduction of that use of energy in buildings has actually been quite successful over the last 30 years. So we managed to reduce the energy use in buildings by something like 25%. And we will have to do much, much more in the future. Next slide, because it is in buildings that roughly 40% of energy and related CO2 emissions are done. And also in the rest of the emissions, in the transportation infrastructure, in industrial facilities, the rest of it is done. Next slide. So construction is part of the equation. Some of the opportunities are in better design and construction of new buildings, of renovation of old buildings, in the smarter operation of the existing buildings, in intelligent buildings, in smart cities, and digital is the key. Digital both in or as in project information management, as well as digital as in asset information management. Next slide. But there is a problem with digital and construction. Slide back, please. There's a problem with digital and construction, and that is that construction is one of the slowest adopters of digital technologies across all industries. If we zoom into the bottom left part of that chart, you see that only agriculture and hunting is trailing construction in the adoption of information technology. Next slide. This is the average. It is not all of the construction industry which is like that. The adoption of digital is very much related to productivity growth. And we see areas of construction which are at a little bit more on the right-hand side of this chart. Big construction companies, companies that do highways, bridges, infrastructures, also housing projects. Big construction companies have been digitized, but the small trades, SMEs, this multitude of small and medium companies, This is the problem. This is what is dragging the digitalization of construction back. Next slide. And the irony of, next slide. The irony of this is that the people who work in these small and medium construction companies may be using more advanced digital technology in their private lives than they use it to get the work done. There are a number of barriers. There were studies in the DigiPLACE. And one of the messages of these studies of the barriers to introducing digital technologies into construction was that perhaps we could improve on the technology delivery mechanism. And actually in the past, over the last maybe 1.5, 2 decades, a lot has changed about this. Next slide. It is very much related to this quip by Bill Gates from the 1990s. He said, if, as we look into the next century, leaders will be those who empower others. There were a lot of technologies developed, digital technologies in the last 2 decades that actually were aiming at empowering others. Next slide. You know these names: WordPress, YouTube, Facebook, eBay, PayPal, Amazon, Uber, Android, Fiverr, Etsy, Kickstarter, GitHub. Their business model, their operation, their service, their value added was actually in the empowerment of others. They provided a platform where work, commerce, and other things could be done. Next slide. So there's a kind of trend of platformization across all industries. So an added layer on top of the internet, between the internet and the many services that people may wish to provide, which are enabling these service providers. They're easing their innovation, they're helping them in monetization, they're helping them in the marketing, and they're also allowing for this peer-to-peer learning from each other innovation. Next slide. So actually these platforms do 3 things. They simplify collaboration, as in project collaboration. This is not so new. They reduce transaction costs, mainly because they enable the reuse of functionality, of marketing, of monetization. They let you start on top of something which is already there for you. And they enable complementary innovation. So it's not just that something is fixed, that something is static, but there is always something new, complementary new. So providers on these platforms are learning from each other. They are reusing stuff from each other. Platforms are learning from the service providers on those platforms. And they are incorporating some of the stuffs into the infrastructure so that other services can use that. Next slide. If we move into the construction way of doing things, so far we have been looking at digital technologies for productivity gains within projects. So we said this first picture, this is the bad way of doing things. We should put BIM in the center or the CDE in the center. But this was somehow, everything has been done in the context of a single project. And the productivity gains came from the fact that you would have in BIM or inside CDE, you would have some fairly sophisticated objects. So you would be building your stuff out of fairly complex semantic elements. But the economics was within one project. And the future view, next slide, is actually that we move this picture, that we move everything to a platform, that this platform hosts different projects with different needs, where the service providers and those who need the services meet, learn from each other, use each other's innovations, complement each other's innovation, that what is learned in one project can somehow be reused in another, and so on and so forth. Platforms, next slide. Platforms are another element of European industrial policy. They are a key ingredient of what is called Industry 4.0, or what we call in construction 4.0. it is simply a race, to quote Max Lemke, this is simply a race Europe cannot afford to lose. So business to business platforms. We cannot compete probably with the Americans on these consumer platforms, on business to consumer platforms. But if we want to keep industrial base in Europe, if we want to be industrially productive, these kind of platforms should be created. And this, I think, was a major contribution of the DigiPLACE project. Next slide. There are elements in the European Green New Deal, the EU as a global leader, mobilizing research and fostering innovation, of course, together with building and renovation in an energy and resource efficient way, and many other elements of the EU Green Deal. They somehow form a productive triangle with the DigiPLACE project, with the architecture that Nicolas has just presented to you, and with the many elements that were developed here. So to stress once again, the European Green Deal, the targets are extremely ambitious. The built environment is a huge part of the equation. Without digitizing construction, this deal cannot succeed. This project until 2050 cannot succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that. I was struck as you're speaking about that William Gibson quote, which is, "The future's already here, it's just not very evenly distributed." So I think we'll turn now to, from the European Commission, from Frans Timmermans' cabinet. Daniel, give us your reaction, your thoughts on that. How can we get the future evenly distributed so that we're all working together towards the EU Green Deal?
Yeah, thanks a lot. And thanks a lot also for the invitation. Also, thanks a lot to Professor Turk for taking quite some work already off my hands in terms of explaining the European Green Deal. That's very much appreciated, because then I can indeed really delve into giving a reaction. And I think this is all quite important, but everything that has been said. I don't have to repeat everything that the Commission has already said about the fact that if we want to be a climate neutral society by 2050, we also need to be a smart society. And I'm also wholly convinced, about my boss as well, that a climate neutral society is a smart one. And I'm very glad to be here in this conference, because like when you then go to a digital conference and talk about the European Green Deal, you often get like, oh, it's very nice to see somebody from your corner coming in our corner and then talk about the Green Deal. And then I always like, yeah, but like actually we should all be in the same room and around the same table and talk about like how we get this done, like a smart society and a climate neutral society. Professor Turk already said the objectives of the European Green Deal are very ambitious, and I totally undescribe that. Politics is the art of the possible, and when the Green Deal, like sometimes there's no limit in terms of like, you know, what is possible, and the change that you already see on the ground in many ways. There's so many industries that are transforming, and construction is a key one that we're looking at. I think that also, like, you know, we still draw the lesson from the pandemic that this is also the only way to go. In other fields, you see it too. In mobility, the smart trams, the ones that could predict when there were too many people on board and social distancing could not be complied with. Those were key to also master a crisis, so that people then could use sustainable transport modes like cycling to still move around. So that really shows that the crisis has pointed us in that direction. Like digital and green is really the sweet spot that we need to achieve. And construction is indeed key. In that, the building and the buildings environment is one of the major challenges in decarbonizing our society. So beyond the terms, like this really moves to the homes that people have used also during the pandemic to work, to socialize. Well, and the youngsters also like a sort of almost a hub of their online connections. This is where, you know, we have quite ambitious targets, and the Green Deal is even more about more than even the emission reductions. It's also about the energy efficiency, the energy use, the best use of resources, and digital construction can play a role in all of that. And every time I go to a digital conference, one point I emphasize always first is that we should not underestimate the challenge that stands around the door if we want to reach these climate targets that the European leaders have also endorsed, minus 55% in emissions reductions by 2030. in order to get to climate neutrality by 2050. That means in the field of digital technology that you're really looking for digital solutions that can help us achieve these objectives that can scale up very quickly. And that is like also like a key question that I have here, you know, like how the digital construction, what the assessment of the experts here is in terms of like its cost and whether it's something that can be scaled up pretty rapidly. I also totally underscribe, and it's a very important point that Professor Turk made, to make sure that the digital construction, that we also deliver this to a sector where indeed the IT development is lagging a bit behind. And that's the responsibility of us all, I would say. It's the responsibility that we need to take. And when we announced our renovation wave, which is our plan to renovate far more buildings into to meet our objectives, we made sure that we made that renovation wave also digital and gave a lot of attention to, you know, mainstream this digital dimension into the renovation wave as much as you can. Then it's also responsibility of everyone also around this table, at least virtually. Yeah, you often then also need facts and figures. You know, what can this actually bring, this technology, in terms of emission reductions and resource use, really in numbers, because that convinces also national politicians to like, hey, I need to do something here because this actually helps me reaching these ambitious climate targets if they have these facts and figures. And to bring it really to the cities, I think it's indeed key to really talk about like solutions to make sure that SMEs can also use this, because they are the mainstay of the construction sector. The reason why we say that the renovation wave is so important for our green recovery and our digital recovery is that it's almost the alpha and the omega of creating jobs and growth, especially with SMEs. So that, I guess, will also be a challenge that hopefully we can discuss today, how to make sure that this can also be something that SMEs can easily use. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. That is indeed something we will be discussing very shortly. But first, I'd like to give the floor to Clémence from Autodesk. Tell us a bit about what is the role of Autodesk in the Green Deal, a bit of background about why you think it's important to be here today.
Yes, hi, thank you, Jennifer. Hi, everyone. My name is Clémence Artaud. You can hear I'm French, based in Paris, and I represent Autodesk in public affairs in Europe. And for those who don't know us, well, we are software providers. We make software for people who make things, so buildings, products. Also, I like to say to my friends and family who don't know Autodesk, fun fact, all the dragons from Games of Thrones were made with our tools. I think it's always a cool fact to mention. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, first of all, and I'm very happy to be talking in this DigiPLACE event, closing conference. Also, I want to congratulate the organizer for making this conference about sustainability and about the Green Deal. And I think, like Giga said, and like the Green Deal says specifically, digital solutions like Autodesk and others are critical enabler today to reach the objective of sustainability and the sustainability objective of the Green Deal. Well, there is a simple equation. On the one hand, there is a huge increase in housing demand. Projections are that by 2050, 2/3 of the population will live in cities. That means we have to build several thousands buildings per day, in addition to what exists today. On the other hand, like Giga said, we know that the building sector represents a big carbon footprint, a big part of the greenhouse gas emissions. So how do we solve that equation? And well, the Green Deal says it clearly: digital tools, digital solutions are part of the solution to this equation. And what is implied when we say digital tools, it's actually not so much about tools, not about changing processes, changing the way we work, the way we collaborate. And that calls for a global transformation of the industry, digital transformation. And we can see some part of it in the Green Deal. We can see the renovation wave, the goal to, like Daniel said, the goal to renovate, to double the rate of renovation between now and 2030. We can see it in energy performance of buildings. And I'm very happy to see that in all these policies, digital tools are mentioned as an enabler. And I think, Daniel, you were instrumental with your colleagues from DG Grow to push for those tools to be integrated so that today we have a real embodiment of this twin transition. Green and digital, they go hand in hand. And that's because digital tools, digital solutions, they allow to have a better coordination between the actors of the chain. You know, they allow to break silos. They allow to better share data. We need data. When we look at the climate objectives, they're very ambitious, and I'm very happy about that. And they are very clear. So if we want to reach them, we need to measure. If we want to measure, we need data. And we need not just any data, we need relevant data, we need shared data so that we can actually include all the stakeholders of the building's value chain in that objective and in tracking those objectives. Digital tools, and I'll come back to that later, they allow to measure, to be more transparent about what you're achieving, to have a better process. You know, we always talk about, we often talk about energy efficiency, but the mere fact to have a construction process that is more efficient, less costly, more, you know, with a quicker, less time, it's already part of the equation, of the solution, because it allows to reduce waste, it allows to reduce errors and costs, so we can actually focus on building more efficiently thanks to those tools. And overall, what I like about today's approach is that we're finally, I would say, switching to a climate first approach and involving the whole value chain. And for us as Autodesk, we've been thinking about those tools, you know, how to break silos between the various stakeholders, the various actors of this chain, starting from the very early stages of the process, starting from the design and even pre-design phase, and how to integrate this thinking of sustainability across the whole process. So we'll come back to that in details, but I just want to say this is really a pleasure and an honor to be part of this conference in this panel.
Thank you very much, Clémence. I'm going to turn now to Eugenio, who is representing EBC. Now, Eugenio is here with me in the studio. And there was quite a statement there from Professor Sica. Would you like to comment, give us your opening thoughts?
Thank you very much, Jennifer. My name is Eugenio Quintieri, and I represent European Builders Confederation. We represent construction SMEs and contractors across Europe. We are a partner of DigiPLACE, so it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to discuss about the EU Green Deal. The statement from our colleague Giga was quite big, and of course I cannot agree with this. With the statement says that SMEs are the problems when it comes to digitalization, because I would turn it. I would say that the SMEs are the backbone of our economy. If SMEs are the problem, it means that the whole sector is a problem, because we have 99% of companies in the construction sector that are SMEs. Of course, there is an issue with digitalization of the entire value chain and of our SMEs. Just to make a bit of an historical path, we suffered from the previous economic crisis, and at the moment we managed, I would say, to get out of that crisis, I would say a few years ago, in which we saw again growth. We ended up with another big crisis, the one that we are living today, in which profits have been shrinking for all of our companies. And of course, when you do a lot of work and you try to get out of the situation, your profits are very low. And also, the demand has lesser financial capacity. Of course, you have also less money to invest in advanced digital tools. But we are very active on this. I think half of the activity of my organization are focused on digitalization. We are playing our part. We are partner of Build for People that tries to define the priorities of the future EU funding programs when it comes to digitalization, so that we can have tailored service for SMEs. We have different projects that look on how building information modeling can be applied to renovation, that is always a bit of a tricky question because it involves us and involves also lesser work compared to new build. And we are active with the Construction 2050 Alliance that puts together the whole construction sector, and not only, but the whole value chain. And one of the priorities of our work program is the EU data strategy and digitalization. I can maybe go back to the focus of today's conference, that is the Green Deal and how we fit in that framework. I think, of course, it was already said. I will not repeat that. I will not repeat the fact that it is crucial to pursue the objectives of the Green Deal in order to have a more sustainable built environment. That said, of course, we have a role to play. I've already explained some of the activities that we are carrying out. I will not go further. But I think also there is a role for the European public institutions, and I would say mainly also from the European Commission. Today with the crisis, we need to reach those objectives. Of course, we need a new regulatory framework, and I think the Commission is very active on that. But at the same time, we also need to make sure that the sector is ready to face an increased demand that will come with the renovation wave. So a lot has been going on with the national recovery plans. No? There will be a lot of money going, especially to boost demand. From the homeowners, or the usual demand that we have, but I have the feeling we are not doing much when it comes to getting the sector ready. And I talk about, let's say, the training and the digital training that is going to be a key issue in order to have a more digitalized sector. I'm talking about also one-stop shops in which you can have technologies that are shown to the SMEs. We can talk about, for example, tailored digital innovation apps for the construction sector that are today almost not existing in Europe. And of course, I'm talking also about more support for digital construction, and digital construction as a priority for the European Union. I will maybe end this this initial statement thinking about DigiPLACE and what DigiPLACE has been representing for us. It has been an unicum. It's the first experience we have at the European level in terms of collaboration between different worlds. So the IT world and the construction sector mainly. That's why you see today Clémence with us as one of the members of the advisory board, but we have also other partners from the IT sector. It has been an unicum, and we want this to continue and to grow. So also I have a counter question to Mr. Mas, what the European Commission is doing also to ensure that we have a future after, in a way, DigiPLACE, and that we get digital construction as a priority for the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Daniel, I'm going to come to you to answer that question in just a moment. But first, I'm going to launch our poll for this particular panel. We've got a question here that's, when talking about the benefits of digitalization in the construction industry, what solution should you think about first? Now, of course, these are all relevant, but which one comes top of your list of priorities? Is it energy efficiency in the buildings? Is it integrated usage of all connected objects? Is it safety, or is it increased productivity? You can vote on that now, and we'll come back and have a look at your results. And as always, I will remind you to use the Q&A function to put questions to our panelists. Now, Daniel, Eugenio had a question for you there. What's going to happen in the future? How are you supporting SMEs to deliver the green goals?
Yeah, thanks a lot. And he's absolutely spot on in terms of like, in practice, what you see is the challenge to overcome when it comes to, well, basically renovating to start with, renovating the house stuff and start with, and then like adding a digital layer, because the problem has never been that we made money available or the political will. The issue has been that, it's just like you need a lot of people to be ready to do it, not only the SMEs, but also the people that live in the homes. You know, I just moved houses too, and renovating is a big choice. I did get inspired when I really read into like what 3D like the digital twin could do, because you know, I was inspired by the fact that it could also help me at least, like when something is wrong, to immediately spot what is wrong, because I'm one of these guys who, sometimes face the challenge, like I know something is wrong in my house, I don't know what, I don't know who to call and where to walk around. That's not my skill set, and this could really help in that sense. It's a tangible thing, I think, to make people aware of when doing this. But of course, you know, we need to do this in a way that SMEs come along, and it needs to go beyond the buzzwords, which are important buzzwords nonetheless. That you know, we do believe that green technology should be the thought leadership made in Europe. So like the technology that really helps in reaching these climate goals, but you need to do it in a way that SMEs come along. DigiSpace sounds like a really good testing ground to make sure that people can share their stuff and do it. And I think that in terms of a follow-up, because that was the question, of course, I think what we should be looking into is how we can take this experience and use it also for a mission that we will start soon, which is a mission to make 100 cities in Europe climate neutral, where the built environment will play a big role. And it will have that one-stop idea that was mentioned already. There will be, you know, in this climate neutral city mission, hopefully, like when it's launched, a contract with each city to tackle the built environment, the transport system. But yeah, the built environment will play a big role there. And there, with a one-stop shop, both in terms of policy support and bringing different funding streams together, there you should really see a collaborative way of working, with also bringing SMEs along. As been tested in DigiSpace, can that play a big role in helping cities to actually get this done? Because SMEs are the backbone, and not only of the entire European economy, but they're certainly the backbone of these local communities. So yeah, that's something that we can, I think, and should look into.
Shiga, let me come to you and ask you whether you take the point that if there is an issue in digitizing amongst SMEs, then there is an issue for the sector as a whole.
Well, I did not want to be in any way negative about the SMEs. I mean, the fact that we have so many SMEs in construction is a reflection of the fact that it is useful to have so many SMEs, and that is probably an optimal way of organizing this sector, to have some large companies and then medium companies, and then a lot of these small, even some one-man bands, both in terms of consulting as well as in terms of some craft work and stuff like that. Also, the data about the digitalization and the data about productivity growth is pretty clear. In areas where you do big organized stuff on industrial scale with big companies, productivity is going up, and where you are tied up with the smaller companies, with the SMEs, the progress is not so good. However, I think there is a silver lining. There is a fact that technologies are getting out there. These platform technologies are exactly the solution for the SMEs, for the small companies, for the individuals. You know, all these platforms in other fields, I mean, take Amazon, take YouTube, take WordPress. They enabled individuals, they enabled small and medium, YouTube enables basically small TV studios to produce content. It's not just for cat videos anymore. It's a platform where a small production can put something out there. And I think we will be seeing more and more of that in the construction field, and the SMEs will be empowered to do even more and to be even better with that. It will be a mechanism to deliver technology, but also, you know, to make businesses smoother, collaboration smoother. So it will not be, you know, right now, if you are a large company, you have huge departments, you have lawyers, you have IT supports, you have your own, maybe, you know, CDE infrastructure in the basement, servers, SAP, accounting, and so on and so forth. And if you're a small company, you lack all that. But platforms will give small and medium companies the infrastructure that until now has been reserved for the large companies. So I think the future is really bright there. And as I said, there's a reason why construction is organized like that. It evolved naturally, probably because it was useful to be organized in such a way. And if I may just briefly add to the discussion of renovation, indeed, this is important. It will get us some results, but we have to be aware that a lot of the, let's say, low-hanging fruit with renovation has been done already. So these big apartment blocks, some public buildings, schools, hospitals, a lot of this has already been done. The easy part that has, nice orthogonal structures, easy geometry, you just put insulation on the outer side. This has been done. I think we are moving into areas which are much more demanding, complex geometries, and you will need IT for that, like laser scanning, planning and cutting all these details to measure. And I think what we need not to forget is that energy related to renovation is just a small part of what we need to do with our housing stock. Because if we don't do other stuff, we will have to build new things, and building new stuff it takes much more resources than taking good care of the old stuff. So I'm talking about structural renovation. You have areas of Europe where there is significant earthquake danger. And if you just put insulation around it, you're basically hiding a lot of the structural problems that these buildings might have. And then there is the functional renovation. A lot of these buildings are, they were built in times when Europeans were poorer. Small square footages, not good placement of rooms, etc. So we should not be forgetting that. We should look at the renovation problem holistically, and the tools and the technologies which are out there will actually be helping us with that. Probably the biggest problem are how to get the right incentives, how to motivate the people who live there or who own that real estate to renovate. And this will not only call for technological solutions, for IT solutions, but for innovation, in business models and social policies.
Well, I want to come back to this point about, we're going to come on to renovation in due course, but to go back to your first point, Clémence, I'd like you to reflect on this idea that SMEs might be more agile, they might not have these legacy systems that need ripping out and can therefore leapfrog in the digital use. So what did you see as the possibilities there?
That's a very good point. And well, first of all, I didn't say that at the beginning, but we're not newcomers. We've been doing this activity for about 40 years. So we have millions of users around the world, and a big part of them are in Europe, and a big part of them are SMEs. So there's this idea sometimes that digital tools are, like BIM, would be reserved for a certain type of company, and what we see is it is not the case. But we're also aware that there might be more challenging. It might be more challenging for small companies to get on board. And something that I want to say is that we strongly believe that it's not as much about specific tools than about processes and a sort of state of mind. When you do this digital transformation, it would be an ideal situation would be everyone using one single digital platform, and we will probably get to that, or several platforms. But the reality is that small companies, they don't have to have the same equipment as big companies to start their transition to digital. And if we talk about BIM, building information modeling, there is also the collaborative part of BIM. When we talk about BIM, the most important word is the I, is the information. Is the fact that you can collect data and use it and have more information that you share. It's a collaborative solution. It's not just one tool. It is aimed to break silos between the actors to collaborate better on one project. So if you are an SME and you're already using a collaborative platform, you don't necessarily need to have the whole suite. You can also start with using a collaboration platform and then, progress on your way to digital transformation. And I fully understand that it is a leap and we need to accompany them. And that's why we're working a lot, with partners in Europe to provide some training to help them understand. I think pedagogy is required in this field, but what we see on the ground is actually a willingness, a real desire. And I'm sure Eugenio will agree if he's here, is that SMEs, it's not that they don't want to go digital, they just need the right incentive, they need the right support, and I think they need the confidence. And that confidence, that support, it comes from the rest of the ecosystem. And that's why I think DigiPLACE is a great idea to share best practices, to get everyone around the table and say, okay, how can we, what can I tell you about how we did our digital transformation? I think it's an ecosystem initiative that is helpful. Second, support comes from the European Commission. The fact that we say BIM or digital tools are critical to achieve our sustainability goal. Well, I think it's something that it's starting to really get into the mind of every company, not just big companies, but also SMEs. And I just want to say that, come back to what we see as the main trend. There's two interesting trends that I think are also for all types of companies. We used to think of carbon footprint as energy efficiency, as operational carbon coming from the building when it's in operation. And today there is more and more taking into account the embodied carbon, the carbon coming from material, from construction itself. And this is a great thing that we're now considering the total carbon. And in the same way, we are now looking at the whole life cycle of building. And this is really a new opportunity to get a more holistic approach. And that's where also digital solutions can help. And I'm very happy to see, for instance, the Commission having put together a assessment and measurement framework called NEVES that actually takes into account the whole life cycle of building. This is a first step. I think we need to have more of those tools. And the next step, and that's our work at Autodesk, to work to integrate them. When talking about embodied carbon, for instance, there is an international consortium that created the embodied carbon calculator. And we worked with them, with those companies, to integrate this into our own solution, into our own BIM, so that when you do your day-to-day work, you don't need to go to many different places. You can have all in one place and work to integrate better and earlier sustainability approach. And I think that will also help SMEs, get to that point. If they don't have to go to a lot of different places, I think it's easier having one place to go. And the last point is that I think things are moving, things are evolving. The tools are more accessible than they used to be. They are more diverse, and this is a good thing.
Thank you. Well, Eugenio, let me turn to you and ask you, what sort of support do you need? Has Clémence outlined it all? But also then maybe we can reflect on the renovation wave and what that will mean and how those tools may be brought into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. I think the discussions are very interesting. Going back a bit to the word of the SMEs, when we talk about digitalization of SMEs, something that I think is always very relevant that we need to take into consideration is the fact that we talk about SMEs always like the ones that are the small guys that we need to help and that we need to support. Let's not forget about something, that SMEs are entrepreneurs. I mean, we are entrepreneurs at the end of the day. So we want to make business, and we need also to understand what are the advantages of new tools in order to embrace them. And the fact is that, we need to have tailored tools for SMEs so that are easily accessible. I always make the example of a phone. We don't know personally, I don't know how a phone works, it's built in a way, but I use it because it's very useful. And the same goes for the SMEs. If they understand and if the tool is adapted to their need. They need to be easy to access. The fact is that in the last years we have seen a proliferation also of platforms, of tools, and they all have important costs. There are also, of course, issues of patents, licensing. Of course, there is a business also from the IT world behind. I think we are working better today in the sense that we try to put the IT sector and the construction sector together in order to understand what are the needs of one side and the other side and come up with something that works for everyone. I agree with Clémence when she says that, we need unique access entry points, usually a unique platform, and that's what we have been trying to think in DigiPLACE in order, to have a place in which you can access and, manage your projects on that without avoiding, to buy many licenses for very different products and very different tools that maybe serve the same needs but in a slightly different way. So, and this is more or less on the overview. And then on what we need, I think we need, first of all, to more support from the public institutions when it comes not only, I'm not talking only about financing, I'm also talking about technical support, if we talk, for example, about the one-stop shops and the example that I was making, of course, if you have concrete examples of other companies or from the academic world on something that you could use in your company for your construction works, it's gonna have an added value for you. You're going to understand what are the advantages of changing the way you operate. We have a famous example from the BBRI, who is also a partner of the DigiPLACE consortium, that is a system of track and trace. So they develop simple tools in building information modeling, namely, I would say, BIM viewers, and then they go on the construction sites with some of our companies and they show how they could adapt their daily work with something simple to use. So we need different type of initiatives. I also have other examples if we want to make the comparison between small and big enterprises. You have a lot of big enterprises that need to work with us because we are the subcontractors in different public tenders. And the thing that they do, that they offer free training on some of the tools that need to be used by the SMEs in their daily work. I think these are the main elements of support. Then if we have to talk about the renovation wave, I think it's good, it's very ambitious. We welcome the objectives of the renovation wave. But I would like, today when we talk about the renovation wave, we talk a lot about requirements and what will come next from the revision of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive or other type of legislation. Going back to what I said at the beginning, I think we also need a kind of focus on getting the sector ready for the renovation wave. If we concentrate, for example, the demand for new for renovation in a single moment, in a single period, the fact is that we will not be able to deliver it. So the renovation rate should be of 3%. There are some companies, I will make, of course, there are differences across Europe, but they have some companies that they have already their books full for 1 year ahead. So we need to understand on how digitalization can serve the purpose of increasing our productivity so that we can also free some work for our companies in order to accelerate the pace of the renovation wave and its targets. The same discourse, we can do it for example, for the demand side, the building owners that are, in a way, the key enablers of the future renovation wave, in the sense that without demand, and without financial support for the ones that will create the demand, we will not be able to reach the targets of the renovation wave. And on this, we need, of course, financial support, and we have good examples in different national recovery plans on this. We can make the example of the super bonus 110% that the Italian government has proposed. That is a very good measure, but at the same time, it's not also about getting the funding to carry out your renovation, but also to have the technical assistance as a homeowner in order to deliver, in order to go for your renovation. And that's why we are working intensively, for example, with the European Commission and European Investment Bank to make, in a way, easier to create one-stop shops for homeowners where they can go, get technical assistance for their renovation projects, for their renovation works, but also important guidance on funding opportunities for their renovation projects. Because, as you may know, because maybe you have already been involved in this type of activities, the framework, the financial framework behind the renovations is quite scattered, and it's difficult if you do not have the expertise to understand what is available for you. So the one-stop shops and the technical assistance they can offer is crucial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to turn now to Daniel and ask you about what EU policymakers can do. I mean, aside from things like, practical help, there's, we've got the recovery funds now available, of which at least 20% must go to digital. Is that enough? Do we need to be looking at, do policymakers need to be thinking more strategically about how investments should happen? Or what is the added value you can bring?
Yeah, that's indeed the thing, because I think that really seriously the renovation wave, as we presented it in 2020, is very much about the practical things. It's very much about recognizing that a lot of this needs to happen locally, because that's the challenge here. In the European Commission, we have a role in setting European policies, but this needs to happen locally. So that is the gist of the renovation wave, and that's exactly why the renovation wave has that idea of the one-stop shop where homeowners can turn to for support. Exactly why the renovation wave has that idea of giving also SMEs technical support via our ELENA instruments. All of that is in there, and it's a question of also delivering that. The Commission has been front and center talking to the member states with the national recovery plans to make sure that renovation is a part of it. It was one of the flagships that we said, if you want to reach your climate spending targets and your digital targets in your recovery plans, which you have in Next Generation EU, then think about the renovation wave. And it's good news to hear now, also from the SMEs, that member states are following up, and that's indeed part of the national recovery plans. So that is the push that we all need to make. And then, yeah, there's a role for the European policymakers apart from all of that. There's of course a role in setting milestones, because I know that targets for energy performance of buildings, you need to set them in a way that they are ambitious and people can still make them. But the milestones actually create the demand. The milestones, if you get an energy performance requirement, it actually triggers that people turn to SMEs and other parties like Autodesk to make sure that it happens. And the other part, which is really important, and I'm listening to everybody, and it's really a super nice discussion. I really like it a lot. The other main lesson I take from all of this is that how important it is also is that we've been setting all these frameworks with these common data spaces, these safe environments where people in a whole value chain can exchange data with each other and then take the best out of it. I think that really this shows that type of work is extremely important, so that hopefully something like DigiSpace can also turn in a common data space that can be used. And this common data space is of course for a value chain, but you can also even have ideas from other parts of the chain, because we learned now just now from Autodesk that actually the 3D dragons of Daenerys Targaryen are the ones that gave us the technology to do digital twins. That shows, when you bring people together in a common space, a lot can happen. It's the role of policymakers to give people that common tool to do it, I think.
Well, a follow-up question, Daniel, if I may, because I'm conscious that you have to leave us to go to another meeting. Can you tell us just a little bit about the new European Bauhaus, how that fits in with climate goals and with the green agenda?
Yeah. The Bauhaus is, of course, like a very exciting initiative that that President von der Leyen herself announced and is very attached to this sort of like integrating the way of building things in a way that it's beauty. And I think that the Bauhaus has really a lot of advantages in this whole discussion, because like in order to build in the best way, because like as Professor Turk also said, it's not only about energy use, it's also about circularity. It's also about using building materials in a way that you use your resources in the smartest way, which also means digital tools to show when you need to replace something actually. So the circularity is very important. So the Bauhaus should be about all of that. It should be about like renovating a circular building, using more wood, green spaces, vertical gardens in cities. So that should fit into all of this, and is quite an important thing, I would say, to actually make whatever we want to do something that actually sounds nice for the people that need to live in these new cities.
Absolutely. Thank you for making that point. I want to come back now to our poll and have a look at what people have been saying, which was, we asked the question about the benefits of digitalization in the construction industry and what solution should come first. So out of the votes that we've received, energy efficiency of buildings is at 32%, and increased productivity is also at 32%, so very closely tied there. So I think that we've got the message across about energy efficiency and productivity, which I think both feed into this green idea. Before I let you go, Daniel, I have a question from an audience member. Norbert Prahl asks, how soon do we have to count on having an ETS for buildings or construction?
Yeah, like that is part of the big July package, the big climate package, and we need to, we're testing very carefully how to do this and to make sure that it's also effective. The idea there is, of course, to make sure that we have a carbon price in practically all parts of the economy, and to make sure that the carbon price also applies in something like the built environment. What is extremely, but also really extremely important with that idea is that you are very mindful of cushioning the social impact of that. That like when you're in a house that needs renovations or something else to use renewable energy, that's not always as easy to change another type of process. So we need to really carefully look at how do you make sure that when you do that you use the revenues of it in a way that you actually help people on the way to their cleaner and emission-free building. That will be extremely important, especially for the vulnerable households. Energy poverty is already a problem, and we certainly don't want to aggravate that. So that will be very important, and it actually really shows that when that is part of the proposals, how extremely important it is to have all these people together thinking about ideas how to also with digital tools to make sure that renovations and all these things actually become easy to do, because this needs to go beyond the buzzword, and this needs to happen locally. And this needs to be something that people can actually think, I can sign up to this and I can do it. And that will require quite an Herculean effort, where actually all these players present today really are crucial to make it happen.
Thank you very much. And Daniel, thank you very much for joining us and taking the time. And I wish you the best for the rest of your day. Let me turn back now to you, Ziga, and ask you, we were talking there a little bit about the new European Bauhaus. Do you have any reflections or thoughts on that?
Actually, it's very nice to see a European policy from the top level, coming from the President of the Commission herself, to include basically an artistic or architecturally artistic view on in which direction the future of European built environment, of the European built up spaces should move into. And I see that mostly as this recognition that we need to take good care of our built environment, both technologically as well as aesthetically. I'm not taking it as a direction that the future of European buildings should follow necessarily, you know, the Bauhaus school of architecture in the sense of, you know, form follows function and so on, and doing things in a certain way. After all, Bauhaus was a movement that had its time frame. And as this recognition that there should, in addition to the function, in addition to the form, there should also be a consideration of, if you want, beauty. I think this is important, and I think we should see more of this, let's say, broader humanistic views and pictures coming from the highest political levels in Europe. So I'm all for this approach. I may not be such a big fan of the exact, you know, Bauhaus principles and so forth. There's diversity across Europe. There are many different schools and ways of doing architecture, but the care for the care for what we see out there, the care for what we do with the space that we have, which is not all that much. Europe is quite densely populated, quite built up. That if we, you know, do something to the environment, if we change a beautiful forest or a green field into some buildings and housing, that out of respect for what we did to nature, we also try to do something beautiful. I think that is important. And going back to digital technology, it is a huge enabler to do beautiful things, to do special things, to do unique stuff. So I'm looking forward to that.
Do you think when we talk about these big projects, these grand European visions, enough stakeholder involvement is being brought into it from your perspective?
Yes, I mean, if we talk about the Bauhaus, for example, it's maybe less interesting for us because it sounds like an architect's heaven, you know, the architect's playground. But of course, I think that and that what Giga says about the importance given by the President of the European Commission to this initiative, I think it shows how things have been changing during the years when it comes to the political importance of the construction sector. I will be very honest with you, when I started my job, I always thought that the economic importance of our sector was not well reflected in the political importance and prioritization given by the European institutions, and namely by the European Commission, to the sector. One of the reasons comes always from the fact that the construction value chain is big, and is also one of the reasons why we are not digitalized in a way, and it has a complex structure. So the thing was that we were saying very similar things, all of us, all the actors of the value chain, but not really with a single voice. And I think that's what we have changed also to increase our participation in this kind of initiatives, but not only, is to put ourselves together. And we have created the Construction 2050 Alliance with exactly this aim, putting together the whole construction value chain, trying to speak with one unique voice, especially on very important themes like digitalization. On the 1st of July, we will organize an important webinar on the attractiveness of the sector for young talents. And today, we see that thanks to our bottom-up initiatives, we see also change on how the European institutions, and namely the Commission, is involving us in these initiatives. For example, the Commission recently published the European Industrial Strategy. And we got the recognition of our alliance as one of the key actors that will define and co-create with the member states and European institutions what we call today transition pathways. So the pathways that will lead to a better sector ready to help citizens to achieve new goals in terms of sustainability and digitalization. So we have, I think, thanks to our initiatives and thanks to the dialogue that we have established with the European Commission, I think we are finally involved in this crucial decision-making process.
Well, of course, part of when we're talking about industrial strategy, we can also refer to the recovery and resilience funds, of which, as I mentioned when speaking to Daniel, there's different rules applied to that, so including the 20% for digital. Eugenio, how does that filter down to the grassroots, if you like, or to the SMEs?
I think it's an interesting question. With the alliance, we had during the definition of the funds related to the resilience facility, we have tried to talk to the Commission and get construction prioritized under all programs. We made it possible, and then it was the task of the member states to prioritize construction in the demands that we're going to define for the national recovery plans. Of course, we have better experience in some member states. I think we are doing well in France and in Italy. We are still trying to work with other stakeholders in the alliance. For example, EuroAce, I know Autodesk is a member, is going to make a full assessment of what it's in there for construction in the different national recovery plans. And I think then if you filter it down and how it gets to our SMEs, it will depend, of course, on the type of measures. The ones that boost demand, of course, are very important because an increased demand will also mean more business opportunities for our SMEs that are very much needed in the current crisis. The fact is that, as I said before, it will be useful from the side of the European Commission. It's a pity that Mr. Mas is not there anymore, but it will be very useful also to see and assess what the member states are today proposing in the national plans, not only for boosting demand, but also for boosting the offer and making sure that the offer is qualified and ready to answer to the targets of the European Union.
Well, Siga, let me ask you about these recovery funds. I mean, resilience is the key word within them, and yet at the same time we've got certain restrictions and certain targets for how they should be spent. How does that? How do you think that affects the sector?
Somehow the sector is actually on the receiving end of this. So the priorities are right for this sector, and the priorities are right for what we have been trying to do in the DigiPLACE. So the kind of two horizontal themes that you have in these recovery plans or in the requirements for the recovery plans are the green transition and the digitalization. So this is where I think this both comes together with the DigiPLACE project. So on the top level, I don't think there is any problem with that. How things will execute on the lower levels in practice, in individual calls, in the individual mechanisms, we shall see about that. But I think definitely both as researchers and I'm sure as well, Eugenio would agree, the industry is looking for simple mechanisms where you are not wasting too much time in proposal writing, submission writings, in paperwork, and where you can actually get the work done. But it is ideal for the overall scope and the overall direction is ideal to what we have been trying to do. One thing that perhaps will need some more convincing, both in the capitals as well as in Brussels, is the actual position of the construction company, of the construction industry, where sometimes we have a problem explaining that there indeed are some very high-tech and some very important things being done here. Sometimes there is better recognition of the needs of some other industries. They seem kind of sexier, they seem at the surface more high-tech, but for a long time I have been claiming that construction is one of the most high-tech industries because it is so difficult to digitize, because of this uniqueness of products, this uniqueness of business value chains, this uniqueness of partnerships that come together for a short time to do a project. As much advocacy as we can make, both in the capitals as well as in Brussels, the better.
Now we're turning back to our questions from our audience. They're coming in quite quickly now. Clémence, Jean-François Soudois asks, who should be responsible for what between public and private bodies on digitalization of the construction world?
There's one word that who should be responsible for?
Who should be responsible for what happens between public and private bodies on digitalization? Is there a balance to be struck there, I think is probably the question.
Okay, just before I address this question, which I will try to understand a bit better, I just want to come back to one point that Eugenio raised that I think is very important. He said for SMEs to be on board, we need to show them the concrete effects, and that doesn't apply just to SMEs. And that's exactly what Giga and Eugenio were saying about policymakers. I think their interest now in the building sector, in the opportunity for digital transformation, has been raised because they are starting to see the concrete benefits of digital solutions. And one, I wanted to give an example. You know, recently we added a new member in the Autodesk family called Spacemaker, a Norwegian company. And what they do is, what I think is great, they use meteorological data and other data to simulate for a building the daylight, sunlight, how the sun is going to hit the building, wind. So that allows not only to imagine, to measure how your building will be, light, you know, we will have some light. So it's not only about sustainability, but also about the living spaces, how people will live, the comfort that they will have. And it allows to put windmills on your building if you want. So this is really concrete. You know, you can analyze the noise, and they do that by simulating a lot of different scenarios. And I want to say this is really concrete. And on the other end of the spectrum, well, I recently bought an apartment and I redid it. And I have to say, you know, I did some construction, and I would love to have a sort of representation, digital representation of my flat that says, okay, this has been changed. This is this material, and I don't have it. And I think that the Commission's digital logbook, for instance, for buildings, is a great idea, you know, to be able to have a sort of central repository with all the information. And that means even for the plumber to just say we changed that pipe. So that's also how SMEs can come into the digital transformation. We sometimes, and maybe I shouldn't say that, being Autodesk, we do great products, but sometimes they also just need to have, you know, a place, digital repository where they can add information, and they start by adding this information and then they see the benefit of it. I think that's how it's the process to go. And whether this should come from private or public initiative, honestly, both. I mean, we're saying, we know that having the European Commission promoting, let's look at the renovation wave strategy. It says clearly BIM is a very useful tool to achieve renovation, because we can do scan to BIM, so retrofits. We can build a digital model of an existing building to make sure that when we renovate it or transform it, it is done in a way that minimize cost, energy, carbon footprint. So this can come from the European Commission. Eugenio, you're completely right. We need to have better training, better skilling. We know that this is going to be the key. And the Commission has proposed a blueprint initiative for the building sector. All of this is going in the right direction. But I also know that this should come from the ecosystem. And I think DigiPLACE is the best example of that. It's because the ecosystem, and we do the same. We recently entered into a partnership with Schneider Electric to work with them to make the electrical infrastructure more sustainable. We have to collaborate, not just a construction company, but also us. We need to understand the needs. We need to work better to make sure we have the right incentive, the right tools. So yeah, it's both. I can't choose.
Okay, well, I think actually I'll ask a follow-up question, because Alexandros Siris makes the point that besides data, connectivity is very important. And is there any collaboration, or is there any need to be in more discussion with the telco ecosystem?
It's a very good question. I don't think I have the answer to this. I would love to say I have the answer. I would probably need to ask my colleague, but I, you know.
It's a good point, I think, well made. Eugenio, for you from Roland Höhler, asking, what are the obstacles for SMEs to overcome participation in the digital process and support an environmentally friendly supply chain?
So it's not an easy question, because we have a lot of obstacles. I think there is, of course, there is an issue of financial capacity. We are living a very specific moment today. Let's start from the basic. First of all, we are living in Corona times. You know how this has been in a way shrinking the possibilities for the homeowners to innovate, but also for the SMEs to go for innovation. The second issue that is linked to this, we are seeing today, for example, a rising in the price of construction products. And of course, also this puts our SMEs in a difficult position, because homeowners have less money to renovate because of Corona. Moreover, they come to us for quotes, and we have very huge, quotes with, let's say, huge prices, because the construction products that we need to buy are very expensive. If you put all these elements together, then of course you need to try to save costs, and you don't have really the financial capacity to be a big innovator. So I will start with financial capacity. Then, of course, there is an issue of technical capacity. There is an issue of what you have studied and what is your expertise in certain domains, like in the case of digitalization. Of course, it's going to be much easier for an architect compared to a contractor SMEs to enter into the BIM world. But there is also a way to get, to get these things in a way mitigated, these problems mitigated. We are not architects, we don't need to see every element there is in BIM. We like BIM viewers because they allow you to only see what is needed. I think Clemence was saying this in a way also against the interest sometimes of a big company of Autodesk, but sometimes you really need simple tools. You don't need, an architect needs Autodesk. Maybe we need something a bit simpler than that. So affordable tools, easy to access tools to overcome these challenges that we have today.
Thank you. Now, our next question, I think it's probably more aimed at someone from the Commission, but we haven't that, asking whether there will be European standards and public procurement requirements about construction data neutrality and vendor agnostic interoperability. We can't say for sure whether there will be or whether there won't be, but perhaps, Ziga, you could tell me what your thoughts are on whether there should be.
In principle, I'm somehow inclined to say that the businesses should be able to decide for themselves what kind of tools to use, what kind of what kind of standards these tools are using, etc. So in my understanding also of the European structure is that one of the key goals of the European Commission is to preserve competitiveness. And I would be very happy if they would stick to that. So to make sure that the market for construction solutions, for digital products, etc., remains competitive. I think it would be entirely unacceptable if public works, public procurement is done in such a way that a certain proprietary format is called for. But I would still probably have to think about it a little bit if there should be a mandate to have this using some kind of neutral solution. And my reason for this is that somehow proprietary solutions, at least in theory, can be more advanced than the lowest common denominators that are encoded in kind of open standards. Let's leave it to the innovative marketplace and see what kind of solutions come up. But in any case, monopolies should not be something that are tolerated.
Thank you. Now we've got a couple of follow-up questions kind of related to this, so I'll just raise them generally about interoperability and how important collaboration tools are. There's also the need that perhaps data must be shared amongst different players, and how can we deliver the most effective competition and innovation amongst startups. Eugenio, perhaps you could reflect a bit on these are sort of intersecting areas that all play into the idea of making the sector more innovative, more agile, and more digital.
Yes, of course. I think we need to change also the mentality in a way, you know. Data as they have a value, an economic value, but not only. But we also need a kind of framework that clarifies what are the rights and the duties when managing data, when sharing data. We are happy to see that the Commission is proposing an EU data strategy, because it is fundamental to clarify concerns and issues related to data ownership and data sharing. When it comes, of course, then to interoperability of the platforms and, you know, open standards, proprietary standards, of course, we believe in open standards. That's what we fight for also in CEN, Technical Committee 442, that is dealing with building information modeling. And, of course, we need systems that are interoperable, because the risk of not having this is to go towards oligopoly and monopolies that are going to cause damages for all enterprises, and of course then for SMEs that will bear mainly the cost of that. And that's why also the presentation that Nicolas Naville did about the open standards was on point, and that's what we have tried to put in our reference architecture framework. As for the platforms and interoperability and what should be doing what, it's also related to the question you asked before to Clémence. I think what is important is that we are fan of the free market, but we also have some principles and values to reach. And sometimes you want to reach very nice objectives, in this case, the digitalization of the construction sector and all the positive effects that this will cause, but sometimes there is no business case. And when you do not have a business case, you need public support. We have the example of the Croquis platform in France, that it's in a way offered many more opportunities to the SMEs. Why? Because there was a huge political and financial support behind that was offered by the French government. So it's both. As Clémence was saying, we need private initiatives when there is a business case, but then when we need to reach higher objectives in which there is no business case, public support is a fundamental for interoperable platforms.
Thank you. Now, as I see, we've still got questions coming in. I just want to remind our audience that we do want you to interact on social media as well. Please use the hashtag DigiPlace and make sure to get others in your sector, your colleagues, involved in this discussion, because it will obviously continue long beyond today. And obviously there, Eugenio has been talking about a bit about the use of industrial data. We'll be hearing from the European Commission's Christian de Kuene later on that as well. So flagging it up to you not to go away and to keep this conversation going. I'm going to turn now to one more question. It's a little bit provocative, but perhaps we'll deal with it, Shiga. I believe the excess utilization of technology results in reduced abilities in humans. Should we digitalize everything, or should we choose what to automate? It's quite a philosophical question there from Kerem Erkaskun, but perhaps you would tackle it.
No, I don't think this is the case. I don't think that throughout the centuries, actually millennia of technological development, we as humans got worse, got more stupid, got less capable. I think we are extremely flexible in trying to find a niche for ourselves, and also our societies are extremely well organized so that they push us and motivate us to search for a niche in which we are useful. So as machines are doing jobs, works, activities that used to be in our domain and replace us there, we find, or others find for us, roles, they find for us work, they find for us things to do, which the machines cannot. It only depends on whether there is ambition around us to make things better. So I'm not worried about that. I don't think we should kind of say, okay, this is enough. We don't need any more new technologies, because otherwise we will have nothing to do. This has always been the case. 100 years ago, probably 95% of the entire humanity was producing food. And then somebody would say, oh, with agricultural technology, with the help of machines, we will produce all the food. These people will sit idle. Maybe we should not introduce that. And it did not play out like that. We do other things. What will be important for people, of course, is to do reskilling. And people have been doing reskilling in the past. I mean, we have here among us a colleague from Autodesk who destroyed the jobs, of technical drafters, of people who were working for the engineers. The engineers had some ideas, and these people had these pens, and they were drawing these things on paper. And now most of the engineers do their own designing using tools like AutoCAD and others. And there is no larger unemployment because of that. Those people who were drawing only are now doing something else. And I think things will move in that direction in the future, as long as we will have idea how to make things and life better.
Clémence, let me come to you, because obviously computer-aided design hasn't put pencil makers out of business, but let's talk about the question of how much you automate and when, and perhaps how to make those decisions about what needs to be digitized and maybe what can be put on a longer-term basis.
There's been so many interesting things in the last questions that I'm trying to cover it all in a few minutes. But let me start by saying that both for Eugenio and Giga, among our customers, we have lots and lots of SMEs and lots of architects. So of course, we're an enabler. We're a partner of those professions. So I don't think that one technology replaces. I think it opens actually the way for new ways of working. You can still use your pen if you want. I mean, I'm sitting in front of my computer and I'm still, writing with a pen, so I don't see it as being opposed. And of course, there's a big number of SMEs. Eugenio was saying we don't necessarily need the high tech for SMEs. Well, it doesn't have to be high tech to be among our solutions as well. So just wanted to mention that. Now, when Giga talk about the mandate for using BIM, I just want to say it's important to distinguish a proprietary, so this word is terrible in French, a tool from, BIM is not proprietary. So it's not because we recommend the use of BIM that it would necessarily be a proprietary. There's a lot of different software today in that category. And I want to say what we're seeing in the countries, we know that in Europe it is possible for a member state to impose it or to recommend it. What we're seeing is that in countries that have had this ambitious approach to deploy BIM, there is more companies using those tools. So it comes down to what do we want to achieve, and how so. And I fully agree with you that just saying we need to use that is not enough. Is not enough, and we know we need to accompany. I don't want to say support. I don't want Eugenio to think that I, don't think SMEs are entrepreneurs, and I'm very glad. I come from a startup just before, so I know what this is as well. But definitely it's not the only thing, but that has been helpful in some countries. Germany for infrastructure, Italy has gone the same way. We see it moving forward. It can be in stages and can be. So yeah, there's lots of possibilities, but it doesn't mean they would impose a certain software. So very important to say. What's important is to avoid recreating silos. The silos we mentioned for the whole cycle of building. It's great that we are talking about how we use data, we share data. We don't want to recreate silos by saying we need to only do this or this. And I think the collaboration is key. And finally, sorry, on the more philosophical question, I think I want to have a philosophical answer. I'm a big fan of novels. I read a lot, and when I was young, people would always oppose going to a literary job and going to a data or tech engineer job. And what we're seeing today is that AI and machine learning, they are hiring lots of linguists, cognitive experts. So humanities have never been as prominent, as needed as ever. And I really like this trend. I don't think we should oppose likewise the tech and humanities. I think they actually one need the other to function. So I don't know where that will go. I think it's up to us, as in our society can define what we want to do. It needs to be an open discussion, but I don't think it's a threat. I think it's opening lots of opportunities, and I'm very happy to see this philosophical approach gaining traction.
Eugenio, do you want to weigh in on respond to anything you've heard there?
Yes, absolutely. I really like the first philosophical question. I think the point is complex, in the sense that the first thing that we need to remember is that today in the construction sector we experience a labor shortage. So we are trying to do our best to attract young professionals, but one of the solutions could also come from more digitalization, so from the digital tools. However, of course, you can imagine that the introduction of new technologies will also imply a kind of retraining and reskilling of the people that are today in the sector. That's why we need to focus on good training in order to give the possibility to these new people to adapt, to our workers to adapt to this new world. And we need to ensure that we have a just transition. That's why we like the programs of the European Union related to that. The Just Transition Fund and RUTE has been included in the EU Recovery and Resilience Facility. So I think it is important always to keep these two perspectives in mind. The fact that the sector is lacking workers, but at the same time that there are workers that need to be supported, they need some training, and they need to be, in a way, ready and fit for the future.
Thank you. I think you've addressed a little bit one of those questions here, which is someone is asking whether there is a gap in the business performance potential between business productivity and technology change. So it's a little bit complicated, but I think you've possibly covered it. I have another question here from Rick Hartwig. Says, we need more intelligent buildings, not intelligent people. What do you think? Rick, I think you're trying to provoke us, so we're not going to take that question. Instead, because we have just got 10 minutes left, I'm going to let each of our speakers have a couple of minutes to wrap up what they think have been the most important key takeaways from this discussion over the last hour. Clémence, ladies first. Let's start with you and your final 2 or 3 minute remarks.
Well, thank you. And I think what's most important is the first sentence that Giga said. So I was very happy that he started by that. Where the Green Deal clearly says it. This panel is about digital tools and the Green Deal, and Green Deal says very clearly digital solutions are a critical enabler to make building more sustainable, to reach our climate objective. I'm personally extremely happy that in this time, we're just getting out of this sanitary crisis, that we did not give up as Europe on our green objectives. And the second thing, I'm thrilled to see that they are adding to the sustainable objectives a digital roadmap. So going together, having both digital and green transitions hand in hand, the twin transition, I think, is the key. Now, we all know it's going to take some effort, some collaboration to get there. But I believe that we can, by having a holistic approach of a building's life cycle, looking at every stage and trying to bridge the elements of the stage between them, whether it's design, construction, operation, renovation, and having a coherent policy for all the stages that involves digital solutions, collaboration, training. Skilling is going to be essential in the coming years. We can actually achieve our part. We can't speak about the other sectors, but we know that the building sector is at the heart of the Green Deal. And so I'm confident that we can do this. And we as Autodesk are very happy to be involved in that roadmap and to be here discussing with you and of course with the DigiPLACE members. So I'm really looking forward to continuing this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Giga, your final closing thoughts, or what are your key takeaways and messages from our discussion today?
Yeah, well, the goal of the Green Deal, or the goal of the green policies of the EU basically is to bring the emissions down to Stone Age levels in 30 years. So 0 emissions. The last time we were able to do so was in the Stone Age. There's one option we do this, and that is that we start to live like in a Stone Age, which I don't think there's a realistic option to do that, although there are some people who might want to push us away from our comfort zone to reach the objectives. The other solutions is the solutions that the engineers will bring. Engineering solutions, both in terms of how you generate power and of course, how you use power. And a lot of that power, I mean, how you generate powers, we will be building renewable power plants, and how you use power. The statistics are pretty clear that a large majority of it is used either in the buildings that the construction industry is building, renovating and maintaining, or in the communication lines such as roads, railways, which also it is the construction business that is working on. So it's a tall job for the engineers, for us, for the future generations, and we will have to work together to do the job. And working together means allowing for more specialization. It means allowing for more division of labor. It calls for more reuse of what has been done by others. And platforms, digital platforms, are a great tool to do so. So I have high hopes that what has been the direction that has been somehow charted by the DigiPLACE project will be picked up, and that we will make the contribution we have to make until 2050.
Thank you very much. Eugenio, over to you then for thoughts, remarks, conclusions.
Thank you very much. I think we had a very interesting discussion. I think what is clear here is the fact that we all want to achieve the targets of the EU Green Deal. But I understand that targets have a purpose, is the fact of creating movement. But then what it really counts to get to those targets is what we do on the ground. It's what we put in place at the public and private level to reach those targets. I think that on this point, as an industry, if we want to digitalize and then help reaching the targets of the EU Green Deal, we need cooperation and collaboration. And DigiPLACE represents a unicum in this sense. And I think we need more initiatives like DigiPLACE, and for sure, we need a continuum for DigiPLACE. What I mean by that? DigiPLACE has been a unique attempt to define what is the reference architecture framework for a future platform. It was a small initiative, a small project. We all participated we were many, because we had to put many people together with a very limited budget, but this is not the point. The fact is that now we need to, on the basis of the reference architecture framework, we need to realize this platform, and we need to work together. We need to create with the institutions, but with the different sectors to get there. So what is important for me is to see also a continuum in the future on the basis of DigiPLACE. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eugenio, and thank you very much, Jiga and Clémence. You've been great, and as well to Daniel before. You've been a great, really, really seriously a great panel. I'm going to go back now to the poll we asked at the beginning, just to see if there's been any change. We asked about the benefits of digitalisation in the construction industry and which solution our audience think should come first. There's been a slight change. There is a slight increase for the integrated use of connected products. That has come up to just over a quarter of respondents, but we still have increased productivity, and then heading it up, energy efficiency of the buildings, getting about a third of the vote each. So thank you very much there. We've also got messages coming in on our Q&A saying thank you very much for the great discussion. Well said, Jiga, in response to your last comments. So I think we're getting through to people, and I hope they will still keep using that hashtag DigiPLACE for the rest of the afternoon. Because we are going to take a lunch break now, we're going to go away for an hour so everyone can refresh and recaffeinate for the afternoon, maybe stretch your legs and really digest what we've heard this morning. Because this afternoon, although this is the closing conference of DigiPLACE, we are looking to the future. So in the afternoon, we're going to be looking ahead at some practical examples of what's been happening. And then later on, we're also going to hear a presentation of the DigiPLACE strategic roadmap, as well as a presentation from the European Commission on the use of industrial data, and a message from the Deputy Minister for Economy of Portugal, of course, the holders of the EU presidency at the moment. So there's a lot happening. We will still be keeping those polls going, so we still want your input on those. And of course, trying to take your questions, as many as possible. And you never know, we may even have some more philosophical discussions as well. But thank you very much for your attention this morning. We will see you again here in 1 hour.
Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications and services, provide best practices and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together.
You're very welcome back to this afternoon session of the DigiPLACE Closing Conference. I hope everyone has had a chance to refresh themselves, take stock of what they heard this morning, and are ready for a great afternoon sessions. As I said, this is the DigiPLACE Closing Conference, but a little bit later on we'll be looking to the future and, of course, what comes next. But for now, our next panel is going to be on how to fit into the DigiPLACE RAF, some practical examples. We've got great speakers for you there. But as always, we want audience interaction, so don't forget to share on social media using the hashtag DigiPLACE. And we are now going to open our next poll. Remember, that's on the right-hand side of your screen. So our next poll is going to ask you, what do you think such a platform should do for the construction industry at EU level? You've got several options there. You've got ensure interoperability with other platforms, make available relevant public information, provide a library of useful tools and templates, provide access to paid-for services, provide a database for useful data for all to access, or F, all of the above. I feel that that might be the one we're going to get the most answers from. But please do take the time to vote. I know many of you are connected all around Europe, so we do want to hear your thoughts and comments. Now, this next panel, we're going to hear from each of our speakers in turn, and then we will go into a general discussion where I will hopefully hear lots of questions from the audience, as well as hearing what the panelists think of each other's position and each other's experiences, so we can draw the most out of that over the next 1.5 hours. So with that, let me hand over the floor to our very first speaker, Jan Saar from the Estonian Ministry of Economy. Sir, thank you very much for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Jennifer, for the introduction. And it's, of course, a pleasure to be here at the DigiPLACE Closing Conference. And it is an honor for me to present what we are doing somewhat already practical in Estonia. And I have a few slides for that. I hope we can bring them up just as an introduction to give a quick overview of the e-construction platform in Estonia, which relates very well to the work done here in DigiPLACE. So Estonia is well known as a digital society, and just to give you some background about it, if you don't know, most of our government services are online, and we use digital signature. We sign, thousands and thousands of documents every day, millions of logins, etc. And it really boils down to making business more easier, more accessible. You can become an e-resident. We vote online, etc., etc. So there's a lot of e-government stuff that is already done in Estonia, and we are also moving that into the built environment. So next slide, please. And when we're talking about the built environment, then we are already utilizing a fully digital building permit process, and we have that working up and running already since 2016. But this is just was just the first step. So now we are making another leap when it comes to services for the built environment. Next slide, please. Okay, so the role of government, as you can see here, are the classical 3 steps are legislation, education, process improvement. But in Estonia's example, what has worked really well is the added opportunity of creating an environment for secure and reliable data exchange. So that already makes quite strong links to what DigiPLACE is about, right? And in Estonia, we are for the construction industry, for the built environment industry, we are launching, or we already have launched, a platform called the e-construction platform. Next slide, please. And what this platform is really about can be summarized in one sentence, and that is that it should enable the lossless exchange of standardized and trustworthy data between all stakeholders throughout the building lifecycle. And this very much aligns with the work that is being done in DigiPLACE and with the platform way of thinking. And we're always talking about data, of course, and it's not only about digitization, it's not only about data, it's actually making better decisions based on that. And with this platform, we aim to make BIM, business as usual, public processes more efficient, transparent. But my favorite objective is that we are opening up the door for new digital products and services. Next slide, please. So on these few slides, I want to quickly go through the concept of the construction platform as we have built it up here in Estonia. So the classical view of an information system is you have the databases, you have the services in the middle. Here you can see the building registry services, and you have the user interface on top of that. Next slide, please. And we are expanding what we have in the building registry now with various new services. And this is all based on a totally new IT architecture. So we are essentially recreating the building registry or upgrading it to a whole different level. And what this means, we can bring individual services piece by piece, step by step onto the platform. And here we're talking about, digital twin services. We're talking about utility networks, creating a database for that, bringing in building information modeling, making it more accessible, etc., etc. So there's a lot of stuff, and this is not a comprehensive list. But what is important to note is the pink bars at the services on both sides represent the opportunity for the private sector, for others, not just government entities, to bring their services onto the platform. Next slide, please. And essentially, when we're talking about the platform, we are talking really about the middle service layer. And if you think about the essence of a platform, then it's not actually a big information system. It's a set of rules, a set of common guidelines, if you will. And in the case of the e-construction platform, we're talking about a common architecture in terms of IT architecture, and that mainly applies to the integration points, the APIs. We're talking about a common language, standards that we are using, and that we, when you name a door one thing, you don't name a door another thing in another set of data. So we try to harmonize that. So we try to bring a common language. This means a common classification system called CCI that we're using, and which is being implemented in several countries. But above all, it means a common philosophy, if you will. And this means that we are coming out of our silos, we are opening up our services, we are ready to use others' data, and we are willing to give our data and our services for the use of others. And you can have various business models on that. From the government public point of view, we always try to provide this free of charge because we see this as an essential part of the infrastructure. But in private sector services that are also integrated with this platform, you can have various business models, subscriptions, whatever. So you're not limited in that sense. But the philosophy remains that you still provide the opportunity to access data and services. Next slide, please. And these principles we have for the e-construction platform very much align with what is the core guidelines that were presented here today earlier, namely interoperability, common language, and processes. And I've taken now the picture of the reference architecture framework, and I've positioned where the e-construction platform fits in. So that's really where the role of public authorities plays a key part in making DigiPLACE a success story, is that you have these kind of platforms and the readiness from the market, from public authorities, from governments. And I think Estonia is, we're well on our way. Of course, the platform will never really be completed because you can keep adding services, until infinity. But I think we have made a good start. So with that, I think that was my last slide for today. And I hand it over to you again, Jennifer.
It was great, really, really informative. And of course, we do all know Estonia as well renowned as this digital front leader. We're going to turn now to Suhail Subra, who is the chairman of the EU BIM task force. Suhail, happy to have you here with us. We're very much looking forward to your opening thoughts and comments. So please take it away.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for hosting me, and it's a pleasure to be here today in this DigiPLACE final event. I don't have any slides, so I'll try to keep it more interactive and give you some feedback about myself and also about the work of the EU BIM task group. So I'm head of the IT department of CSTB, who is member of the DigiPLACE consortium, and I've been following this work very closely, and I feel that is very interesting. And I'm also chair of the EU BIM Task Group, and I can start with a quick presentation on this, the work of this group. So the EU BIM Task Group was created in 2014 and is composed of public policymakers and public procurers from 27 European countries. So it really focuses on bringing on to the table the point of view of European public authorities regarding the use of BIM and digital tools in order to support an aligned European approach for a better and more modern digital construction sector. So what does this group do? It shares best practice coming from national experiences from various countries, identify common goals, and exchange knowledge on how to successfully implement BIM based on open standards. It also delivers practical guidance to public procurers and policymakers with a clear set of requirements on how to optimize the life cycle of public built assets. And it tries to bridge the gap between the demand side on one hand and the supply side on the other hand, in order to make these two different worlds, let's say, understand each other and work more efficiently with each other. And we also liaise with enablers, what we call enablers, that include innovation centers and also standardization bodies. So, as I said, the group is composed of 27 countries and also with the support of the European Commission as a sponsor. We have basically decision makers, public procurers, and government representatives, both from the buildings and the infrastructure side. So the governance of the group is the following. We have a chair and 2 deputy chairs, among which Jan, present here today. And also we have a steering committee, a general assembly, and working groups on specific topics, and also an advisory board. So the group defined its strategic and operational roadmap, which is composed of 5 key objectives. Let me just list them very quickly to just give you a taste about what the group is working on. So the first objective is to ensure the best value for public money by providing a clear indication on benefits of BIM for public authorities. So to do that, we are associated with a study about a methodology for cost-benefit analysis for the use of BIM in public tenders. And this is an ongoing study, and the final results will be presented next Monday. And I encourage you very strongly to join this presentation. I will share the link in the discussion panel, and it will be, I think, a very interesting moment where we see how BIM, I mean, what are the costs and benefits of BIM in public tenders. The second objective is to provide reliable information and guidelines to enhance the process of public procurement and improve transparency and outcomes of the process. The third objective is about increasing the competitiveness and productivity of the European single markets. And the fourth objective is about enabling knowledge transfer. And it is a very important topic, I think. Knowledge transfer between various experiences and exchange best practices between members of the group. And finally, the fifth objective is about supporting member states' initiatives for the development of BIM. And as you understand, there are various degrees of maturity levels between members of the group, between countries that are well advanced in this process and others who are just starting. And it is very important to support each of these initiatives, taking into account the maturity level of the country. So please visit the EU BIM Task Group website and also our presence on social networks for more details. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Certainly nothing lost just because of a lack of slides. You've really clearly explained it. Jacob Beets from Aachen University with the BIM for REN project is joining us next. I believe we are going to have some PowerPoint introduction from you, so I will hand over to you now.
Yes, Jennifer, thank you for having me. I'm Jacob Beets from the AWTH Aachen University here in Germany, and I have the honor to represent the BIM for Rent project, for which I have also compiled a couple of slides. Because we are one of the projects that we have been talking about also earlier this morning, about actual practical applications, addressing the dire need to renovate our existing building stocks, and in particular addressing the energy efficient renovation of these. And today I'm very quickly want to talk about a particular aspect of that project, which is the one-stop access platform for digital information and renovation. I'm just a part of, next slide please, of a consortium of 23 partners from 10 different European countries addressing the renovation of residential buildings. That's what we're focusing on. We're a very good mixture between SMEs, both from the practical building industry side, as well as software developers that provide tools, that provide actual applications to facilitate working in the existing building stocks, research organizations and universities. We started a couple of years ago in 2018, and we're not alone, which is one of the points that I would like to come back, because we have 4 sister projects in the same energy efficient building calls: BIM Speed, BIM for EEB, BIMmer, and Anchor, which are all addressing the use of digital applications or digital tools really for building renovation, which is one of the, as we said, also as part of the Green Deal, one of the main focus areas to really cut down on energy use. On the next slide, please, the 4 research pillars or innovation pillars that we have identified and we're addressing in BIM for Rent is identify what are the actual workflows when we're talking about renovation. We have so much innovation and so much good things and so much established workflows when it comes to new buildings, but really the particular issues and the particular requirements pertaining to the use of digital tools in the building stock in the existing building is quite a different sport. We're then, as a second pillar, matching this up with the plethora of individual little tools and services that we already have, that our industry partners offer, and to then really bundle them together in what we call the one-stop access platform, which really bundles based on the workflows that we have identified, based on the tools and the newly services that we are creating around them, and bundle them in one platform. And the final phase, which we're entering now, is actually applying this to real-world projects in actual residential buildings in Spain and France and in Italy, to test whether the practitioners in the field are actually able to whether we're actually able to support them. Next slide, please. So the workflow we can go through this really quickly. Is it begins in existing building stock, collecting data, and to identify where is the saving potential really, to actually observing what the building, which condition it is, how much potential savings on energy we can do here. Then next slide, please, to collect all this data in a coherent way, in a coherent platform, of course, preferably with open standards, preferably in ways that we can also address them over long periods of time, because we can't rebuild everything from scratch. And then in the third step, next slide, please, to use this data that we acquired and collected to really make data-driven design decisions on what is best, what measures to take best in the field. And for this, and then the next slide, please, we have come up with a framework. It's not the reference architecture framework, but that's particularly what's so interesting about the DigiPLACE framework, to actually facilitate this both from a workflow point of view and from a technical point of view. So I brought to you 3 levels, increasing level of details if you want. So next slide, please. So on the top, on the very lowest level, this is really bringing together different stakeholders to do energy analysis and really task oriented. On the next slide, we can see the underlying architecture being based on the idea of BIM bots, of tools and services, of service-driven architectures that bring together all the tools from the different vendors and from the different stakeholders and bind them together and organize how they exchange and how they organize data, how to check whether data is sufficient. And then on the next slide, as an even more level of detail, you're not supposed to read the intention isn't here, but to see, to show you how this notion of really migrating everything into little services and binding these things together technically with open API standards. So this is pretty much based on how these platforms are implemented in other areas and other research areas today and other industry areas and are actually done on the field. So the idea really is to minimize the effort of reinventing yet another wheel, but really to use what also the software industry uses today, what user interfaces are offering to us today, and to implement this. And now on the last slide, I have some food for thoughts. Thank you very much. So what projects like BIM for Rent and the sister projects really show is that the effort and the work that goes into creating these platforms for a specific task, like renovation of existing buildings, really is we can't really replicate it. I think we cannot afford to reinvent this all over again. So we need something like a reference architecture framework to really address our domain-specific things. They go beyond what we have in generic platforms like GaiaX. We really have to address domain-specific needs. They go beyond what we have in pre-standardization and on all levels, like the common data environments. And this is something that we urgently need to bring together all the good innovation that we do in Europe and internationally, to bind the national programs and the European projects on a European level together, to how Mark Ense from CDDB puts it so nicely, to agree on the rules and to compete in the game. And one thing that I think is really important with the RAF project or with the DigiPLACE project is that we really must make sure that we're not reinventing things all over again, and that we really consider what we have already achieved in the past on the European platform and on national standard, national initiatives, and that we are. I'm fearing that we're transitioning from islands of automation that we addressed 20 years ago and now come to islands of standardization, where so much valuable work is happening. And I think the DigiPLACE RAF work that has been done here is really valuable in bringing this together and comparing what's what and how to put the pieces and little pieces together. And finally, to implement this, I think one of the great incentives would be if this would be mandated, if these kinds of platforms, if these kind of frameworks would be mandated by the public institutions of the European countries. And with that, I thank you for the attention, and back to you, Jennifer.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Jakob. I had to take a snapshot of your final slide there so that I can remind myself to come back to all of those points you raised in the discussion. We'll turn now to Claudio Miracci, who is from Politecnico di Milano, and you're going to be telling us about a regional BIM platform that is in place in Italy. So let me hand over to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity of this presentation. I'm Claudio Miracci from Politecnico. Actually, I had the pleasure to be really active in the coordination of DigiPLACE, and it is a good opportunity, I think, to have this presentation that I have here, for which I have some slides that we can start. So this presentation is about a national project that we developed. This is mainly based on a local level, so on Lombardy region. And in this presentation, I would like to explain a bit what are the core points of the platform that we developed and we finished around 2 years ago, and how we can understand its link with the work that then we started in some way with DigiPLACE. So next slide, please. Next one. So the BIM-REL project is focused on the development of a platform that is dedicated on a specific area in the construction sector. So it's not, let's say, a general platform that can handle everything or that can handle all the things that we can find in a project, but it's focused on the management of the data related to the products that we use in the construction of our infrastructure, our building, and so on and so forth. What are the main components that we have in this project? The main point is that we are really focused on the data. So when we think about the BIM-REL platform, the focus is about the definition of a standard data structure that can be used to reach all the single piece of information that are related to the different products. And these will promote the transparency for example, the comparison between the different product performance, and of course, the interoperability between the platform and other tools or other platform, other environment that would like to use the data that are integrated inside of the platform. The other point is that the platform contains a set of open API that allows other tools to use the information that are contained in the platform. So thanks to the standard structure that we have, and thanks to the possibility to connect other tools, the platform is just one environment that can then be used by all the different stakeholders in the sector to provide new services based on the platform itself. And the last point is that the platform can be used by different type of stakeholders. What this means? This means that the platform in developing in the BIM-REL project is not really focused only on BIM, but it contains also the possibility to work with BIM models, with object information that we have there, but the focus is on the data. So I can extract the data using a PDF, for example, so I can view the data in a PDF form, I can view the data using a BIM object, and view the data in other ways. So every dimension of the stakeholder can interact with the platform and can really use the platform in the different form that the specific company or the specific stakeholder needs. Next slide. So when we start defining the standard structure, what we have to consider, we have to start from the framework that we have. So we know that we have a framework of standards that define what is the standard structure for the data, what are the requirements related for the product. So we know that we have, for example, the declaration of performance, the CE mark, and so on and so forth. So what we have done is that we identified these components and we created a standard structure that is able to address all the requirements that have been defined at the European level, and that can help in creating a structure that can be recognized by everyone. So everyone that would like to use the data know where to find the data according to the existing standard. Next slide. So this means that when we enter in the BIM-REL platform, we can find different, let's say, dimension of the data. So we have the attributes related to the products, we have the geometric objects, so we have also the IFC objects, and we can use and combine the different information to extract the declaration of performance, to extract the QR code related to the product that can be linked to the product itself inside of the platform. We can extract directly the information object that can be used in our models. And another point is that even if the platform is based on commercial product, we can extract the information related to the product even without the specific name of the product. And this is really useful, at least in Italy, for the development of the specification for public works, for example, so that we do not identify the specific name of the product, but we are sure that the specification that we are included are based on something that exists in the market. Next slide, please. Okay, so you can see here that from the single platform, we can access the platform, we can search for the product, because we are based on data and not on PDF, we can, for example, compare the performance between different products. We can search for the product by itself, and then we can download everything in a standard format if we want. So at the end, once we have compared everything, if we want to collect the technical sheet of the product with all the relevant data or the declaration of performance, we can download it and store it in our desktop or in our system in our office. Next slide. So finally, just to conclude, thanks to the Open API, what you can do. So the point is that starting from the BIMREL platform, so starting from what we have there, and in particular, the data that we have, for example, what we can do is that we can develop a specific plugin or tool for our BIM modeling tool so that we can develop the model and take the data directly from the platform, so we can inform our object directly using data that exists in the platform. We can develop some tools that can be used on IFC software that can read an IFC model and then direct the data to the platform so that we can relate these. We can link these to commercial common data environments so that we can have, for example, the collection of the technical sheet to the development of as-built model, or any other tool that can use the data or can be interested in using the data. So defining a platform in this context, so following a standard data structure and the possibility to be connected to the platform, allow to create not an isolated platform, but a platform that can be linked, so that can contribute in creating a network with different tools, also commercial one. Next one is just to thank you for the attention and come back to the stage.
Thank you very much indeed for that. And now we will turn to our last speaker for this session, which is Paul Suran, who is from IBM's Open Built initiative. Paul, thank you very much for joining us. I'll hand it over to you now to give us your presentation.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Can't see my slides. There we go. Yeah, thanks everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to present Open Build, a collaborative initiative which actually has its roots in DigiPLACE, and it's really building on top of the reference architecture. So next slide, please. So what is Open Build? Open Build is a connectivity platform for the built environment, and it tries to overcome the fragmented and inefficient way of working. And as said, it's at the core of the platform. It's not IBM's initiative. It's not one company initiative. The idea is really looking at how we can leverage existing technologies, not reinventing the wheel, how we can leverage standardization, and how we can leverage industry. So I see it as a 3 or 4 pillars. So working with the industry, working with technology companies, and working with standardization bodies and associations in order to create and build on the reference architecture and create examples of how platform could look like, what applications could look like, and how we can also bring the cost down to make it much more affordable to the small, medium enterprises. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, it's a platform. It's very important to understand the difference between platforms and applications. So what the Open Build initiative is trying to do is to democratize the application landscape, make it affordable and accessible for everyone, not just for large enterprises. And that's not, we're not talking just about the built environment sort of stakeholders like contractors, manufacturers, engineers, plumbers, merchants, distributors. We're also talking about let's not forget about the independent software vendors, the small software vendors building really cool applications addressing a specific pain point in the industry. They need to have a space to grow. They need to have a place to go. They need to be able to reuse, again, reference architecture and not to be reinventing things from scratch. So this is kind of a visual of the platform, how it would work and how it works and how it enables others. And I mentioned some like Intuit's 3D repo to build on top of that reference architecture and access it as well. Because let's not forget, not everyone in the daily jobs can follow standardization work, can follow DigiPLACE work. So it's important we bring it down to the roots, to the SMEs. Next slide, please. And we're also trying to, how can we really, that question back to what DigiPLACE been trying, addressing the question from a holistic perspective. So how can we address the bigger picture around industry standards, market surveillance, regulations? So there is the whole topic around CEN/TC 442. There is the ISO standardization work. There is EU Green Deal, circularity, really. There is technologies, a boost of technologies like 5G, blockchain, AI, open source. What is an open source? And we're trying to bring that all together. And again, back to my point, we have to make it accessible and understandable to the SME. If it's a manufacturer, if it's a contractor, if it's a plumber, they need to understand so they can make an informative decision in the same way like you and me can make a decision if I use Apple, or if I use Google Play, or if I use what App Store, what sort of application, if I like it or not. Right now, it's very complex and and very difficult to do it. Next slide, please. So what we've been doing is, like I say, it's important we've been looking at that vision alignment workshop. So reiteration of the DigiPLACE reference architecture, working with the participants, really interviewing and really working with different stakeholders, giving them that space, giving them that platform to work and to actually address the issues and voice their issues as well, not to be afraid of voice the issues. So that's why I think again, back to the DigiPLACE, it's important that we're not reinventing the wheel. We're supporting the European Commission supports cross-industry associations, standardization, collaboration, because that's the only way to address it and bring the cost down and make it accessible and available to SMEs. Next slide, please. And just about a bit about the open, the technology stack. It's important. It's not wedded to a certain provider. It's important. It's open. It's important. It uses standardized data templates. It's important for example, as an example for data exchange. It's important that any platform, if it's an open build or any kind of platform, follows standards, regulations. You know, with European Union have done great with harmonized standards. We need to look at how we can take the technical language we've been kind of working on for years and years, and how we can create a common technical digital language, which is again accessible for all. It's open sourced, and the model needs to be also commercialized as well. In my opinion, we need to make sure that there is a fair commercial model on all of these platforms or applications. Next slide, please. And this is really trying to match a little bit trying to match the reference architecture of DigiPLACE. It's trying to show that there's much more than just BIM, just a software, just a 3D model. There's much more than that. We're looking at Industry 4.0. We're looking at so therefore the horizontal really platform is touching all of these aspects. And it needs to do that, because otherwise we end up in lots of vertical silos. We end up in reinventing the wheel. We end up in not having interoperable applications, and that will have an impact on the uptake. It will have an impact on the specifically SMEs. At the same time, we need to deliver faster and more and quicker and for less, for sure, for the public authorities and for public money. Next slide, please. And that's the last slide, just to say thank you for the opportunity. And really encouraging everyone to work and I would say and to collaborate is the key. Collaboration between the different stakeholders, getting involved and trying to make that change, and we can only do it collaboratively. And that's been I guess the underlining credo of OpenBuild. And DigiPLACE. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Indeed, gentlemen, thank all of you for explaining how your particular project fits within the overall project of DigiPLACE. Now, we're going to go back to our audience again and see how they've been voting in that poll. We asked, what do you think such a platform should do for the construction industry at EU level. Well, no surprise, most people voted for all of the above. I think that was probably far too easy an answer for you, so let's have a look at the others. The next most popular answer was ensure interoperability with other platforms, and then the other areas were also quite interesting: provide a database, make available relevant public data, provide a library, and so on. So let's talk about this interoperability issue, since that does seem to be the key point for many of our audience members. We also see questions coming in already. I want to go to those fairly soon. But first of all, let me ask, I think when we're talking about interoperability, we want to talk about how seamless you can make it. And I think, Suhail, I think you mentioned seamless access to data. What can you define for me? What does that mean to you?
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. I think it was addressed by various presenters, and I think we have a common understanding on that. If I need to sum it up, I would say that we need to address various levels to achieve interoperability. We definitely need to put the foundations in place. And the foundations are related to dictionaries and ontologies. We need to understand what we're talking about. I mean, I think Jan gave the example of a door or the width of a door. We need to understand what is the width of a door. What is it? I mean, the opening, is it the once you install the door, and so on and so forth. And it doesn't make any sense to exchange any information before we understand what we're talking about, right? So once we have these foundations, we then can build on top of these foundations the data models that are using these dictionaries to describe the building or the infrastructure. So that's the second level. And finally, we need to address the third level of interoperability, which is related to workflows and contractual agreements. And this is also very important to address. And I think we cannot do without one of these three. This is very important. And I think that Paul mentioned also that this is an ongoing standardization work that is addressing these different levels. I mean, we can talk about the work done by ISO 23386 and 87 about dictionaries, about ISO 19650 about workflows, and so on and so forth. But there's a lot of standardization work going on these topics. And finally, once we have that, I mean, where does it go? We need platforms. We need platforms to centralize this information and make it available, make it accessible to all. And we need to make sure that these platforms are also interoperable between themselves.
Well, thank you for that. And I think we're going to build on that. Sue Butcher has a question for Jakob and Claudio, but I think I'd like to hear Jan answer as well. She says, it's great to see all these different applications and architectures. How will the project ensure that data is provided in the right format to use? Claudio, let me put that to you first, and then I know Jakob's had a chance to think about it already.
Yeah. So I think that here I have, let's say, two answers. So one that can be based on the presentation that I had. So the one about the BIM-RED project, that in that case is the platform itself that provide a data structure that should be followed by the one that input the data inside of the platform. But of course, these can be applied in some way only if we work in a specific and vertical part that is the one that we analyze in that project. In DigiPLACE, so when we start looking at something that is horizontal, so it's not a vertical point, but we have to follow what are the needs of different stakeholders, of different projects, and so on. I think that in this case, of course, the quality of the data and the structure of the data is really important, but we should move this complexity on a different level. So we should not in some way push too much on the level of the users, because this is really difficult to control many times, but we have to move in some way or try to move this complexity at the level of the platform itself and facilitate the user in integrating the data in the right way. So this is according to the, let's say, to the dimension that we are looking at.
But the same question to you then, how do we make sure that the format is right for data to be used seamlessly, as I think was the word we used earlier? Sorry, Jacob. Yes, we
Sorry,
can hear you now.
I wasn't aware of the order. So yeah, I think we all have this agreement that data and that agreeing on common data formats which are open, which can be used by all the tools that we have, and that on top of these we have these well agreed upon mechanisms of exchange requirements, of delivery mechanisms, of information delivery specifications that adhere to certain use cases that can be established on a European platform or on a European level, that can be broken down and can be implemented in national regulations where they still exist, and for which we provide tools and means to specify what the data should contain, and to provide tools to check whether everything has been delivered in the right format. And I think that's one of the values of having such platforms, of having such publicly funded project, also that these checkers themselves are also open and there to be reused and there to be implemented, not in every specific tool, but are there to as a pre-checking service. Is one of the approaches that I know that not only our project took, but that are apply to a number of these projects. I hope this answers a little bit the question. If we open source these things, then everyone is free to reuse them and build them into their project to make kind of a pre-check on the quality of the data.
Well, I see you've raised your hand there. Did you want to jump in and make a comment?
Yeah, just a quick comment on this. I think let's not forget that, especially in Europe, we have a common language. We have existing standards. Let's not reinvent the wheel, and let's make sure, in terms of data, right formats, we can name things correctly. As some of you might know, we have something called CE marking. CE marking has certain attributes, and for example, we can define what is a coffee cup or what is a cup. Or for the data we don't have, we have an industry and we have domain experts. That's why the collaboration and what DigiPLACE showed, the collaboration cross industry is important to really have the common data formats. And it doesn't matter if it's IFC or anything else. We need to have a common language. And secondly, what we should not also be mistaken by is between what is free to use and what is open source. Open source doesn't equal free. So let's be also clear on that. But in terms back to that question, the data seamless kind of issue needs to be addressed with these kind of existing, creating this digital language. So then the machines can communicate.
Thank you, Jan. Let me give me your thoughts on this. I'm sure you agree with much of what your colleagues are saying.
Yeah, of course. As Paul said, we should not reinvent the wheel, and there are already great standards. The question is about how to implement those standards. When it comes to the construction industry, I think what is important to do is to avoid the mistakes or problems we see have cropped up from other industries. If you think about social networks, where is the data? Who owns the data? We have a lot of issues with big companies owning the data, and they have, they're closed. You can't access it. It's your data, but you can't access it. If you think about shopping experiences, you think of course, Amazon. Again, a private company holds all the data. And there are, of course, a few good examples. One of them I like to always bring up is the SEPA payment system in Europe. And before SEPA was implemented, which is essentially just the standard of, this is the standard we use to exchange information about payments, and everybody has to implement it. And it made cross-border payments in Europe, the problems related with that forgotten. And it became much simpler, much quicker, much cheaper for everybody to make these transactions. And I think we have an opportunity here with the construction industry where there isn't yet a prevalent global platform to avoid such mistakes, to make sure that we try to focus on open standards, common standards that are already there, actually. And we do everything in our power to enable from the public side, from the government side, to support these standards and to create endpoints for government services, because there's a lot of data in public systems, and that forms a lot of the transactions happening in the construction industry as well. And I think that's the most important task we have. And the DigiPLACE project is a very good step in the right direction, focusing the attention to these issues that we need to think about, that we need to be open about it. We need to agree on a certain set of principles. And of course, I don't think DigiPLACE will solve all of the problems we have in construction. That will never happen. But at least it creates, the bridges that we need to cross that gap.
Well, Jan, I'm going to give you a follow-up question. I'll go for a round of quite specific questions for people from our audience. Veronica Stropfer says, Jan, thank you for your presentation. It is impressive how far ahead Estonia is. Are you in contact with other EU member states so they can learn from you?
Absolutely. We are in contact with all of them, actually. And I'm also a member of the EUBIM task group. And I was on the advisory board of the DigiPLACE project. So, of course, we try to be in contact with everybody and that we can, because, Estonia is a small country, and we have the advantage of maybe being the first mover and doing it easier with less costs than bigger countries with bigger economies, etc. But we have also the risk that whatever we do doesn't end up being, accepted as a standard. So that's why we always look at what is happening outside of Estonia. What are the standards? What is Building Smart doing? What is happening, everywhere else? And we don't invent actually anything new. It's just about implementing it. And we have a really good e-government backbone, e-government systems already in place, and it makes us easier to maybe quickly try these things out in an agile way and share our experience with the rest of Europe and the rest of the world, actually.
To Jakob now, a question from Benjamin Schule, who is asking, does BIM for REN focus only on renovation operations, or does it concern existing buildings in a wider sense as facility management, for instance? Very, very straightforward question for you there.
Yeah, very straightforward answer then. We're actually focusing on renovation from all because there's so much other developments and research and ready to use commercial tools addressing other life cycle stages of buildings. So we are focusing on that and skipping a little bit other use cases. Let me keep it at that, very short.
Thank you. Well, we're ticking the boxes here for people's questions. Yeah. And Paul, I've got one for you now. Maybe not such a quick answer, but it's certainly one I think that many of those watching will be interested to know. Rick Hartwig asks, what's the process for a tech SME to join OpenBuild?
Yeah, I would say anyone can join. Anyone can go on the website and just email us, or through DigiPLACE. They can, any ISV, any small medium company can do that. And let me reiterate that it's not an IBM initiative. OpenBuild is owned by industry players like Cemex, like even a small company like Soul Services, which is a small contractor, really small contractor in the UK. So the idea is really make it horizontal and make it accessible, making that reference architecture and that technology accessible for even small, medium enterprises.
Thank you. And then, Suhail, to you, could EUBIM be the European organisation responsible for a DigiPLACE platform for Europe?
We can definitely contribute to that. I don't think it can be the only one because, as I said, the EUBIM task group represents the public point of view, public authorities' point of view. And I think we can bring this point of view to the table, and this would be a very interesting part of, obviously, but we also need, the point of view coming from the industry and the supply side. So we need to combine, I think, various contributions to address this topic.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, that was just a very quick rapid-fire round of questions that were being directed to individual panelists. As I want to remind our audience, you can, of course, ask questions to the entire panel. Just make sure you get them there in the Q&A. And, of course, continue to share your comments and thoughts on social media using the hashtag DigiPLACE. Now, Antonio Costa, one of our viewers, has asked about finding the balance between commercial platforms and government-driven solutions, which he suggests are usually resulting from R&I projects. I'd like to get everyone's reflections on what the difference might be and how different organizations might approach any differences. Claudio, let me start with you. Do you see a fundamental difference between the two?
So, as we have seen in several of the presentation of today, but also what we have defined in reference architecture framework that we have, and in what are the different initiatives, in some way, what we identified and what the public project that we have are projects that can be used as a basis to provide new services that can come and that should come also from the industry. So in this case, the point is not that we have a sort of comparison by the two where we have the public that is in some way stealing the market from the private in this case, but we have a sort of base that can be used from private companies to develop new services, for example. So I think that, as we have seen, and in some way as we have identified in the different part of the DigiPLACE project, that we have to look at something that is more like a network where the public platform and the public service should be integrated with the private one, so that everyone can use the services and let's say the platform that would like to use according to the specific needs.
Jacob, what are your thoughts on this?
In this, sorry, I lost my focus here. In the general sense of things, I think it's important to have these kinds of rules and these kinds of agreements to things like that, and to have really a European effort to do that. But yeah, that's kind of the magic also of these initiatives, to bring together the things that we already have established. The question really, who is responsible for bringing for establishing such a platform, how to enforce them, if you want, how to take everybody on board, and to make sure that things are really there's a plain level field for everybody to play on. This is something that needs a lot more, needs a lot more collaboration between and a lot more coordination also on levels like DigiPLACE. I'm really kind of nervous about how this will end up, and I'm nervous about that this is not going to end up as yet another initiative using yet another set of technologies that happen to be available at this day and age without really making a progress. And if you look back into the history of European efforts to make this happen, then not really much of this has been used, and not really much has come of this. And I think this time we must get it right, and to have everybody on board with that is more than just technical implementations on that.
Thank you. Well, Jan, from your perspective, the sort of government side, do you see a fundamental difference between commercial platforms and the sort of R&I ones that have maybe been developed by national authorities? And is it an either or can companies and organizations benefit from both?
Well, what we're really talking about is benefit for all. And we're not talking whether maybe one or the other is better. In all honesty, I have yet to see a government-developed information system that is better than a private sector one. Even though I work in the private sector as well, I still believe that the driving force in the private sector is much stronger than in the government. But that's not the issue. The issue is, how do we ensure that we can exchange data and services between these platforms? And this is what DigiPLACE is also all about. It's about making sure that we have some common ground to make sure that these platforms are interoperable. So it's the future is anyway an ecosystem of platforms, and there's going to be a very large variety, and there's going to be platforms catering for specific needs of specific users, and that is all right, as long as we make sure that it's possible to communicate using open formats between these platforms, and you're not siloed or you're not vendor locked in because of that.
Your thoughts on this? Can we hear you, or have you? Oh, I believe we might have a little connection issue there. Paul, in that case, I will jump to you. I mean, obviously, we will probably have a similar take that it doesn't necessarily need to be an either-or, but can you drill into perhaps the differences?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, it has to be a combination of both and should be a blend. If you think about BIM, one of the fundamental is to get back in when BIM started was to get much more for public money, to get better value for public money. So it has to be the blend, but at the same time, in order for to get the adoption, we have to have the industry on board. At the same time, we have to have the standardization and associations regulations on board. So this is why I think the DigiPLACE being a good in bringing the community together and thinking about the problem and almost like get a whiteboard and start drawing it from scratch. So it's important that the balance is there and we can do both. We can bring in the standards into it.
Thank you. Suhail, I think we have you back again. Would you like to comment on what you've heard?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. Indeed, I wanted to raise another question that is, I think, very, very, very important. It's about the use of taxpayers' money to develop something that already exists on the commercial level. This is, I think, a very touchy subject, and we had some experience with that in France when the government launched the development of a collaborative platform called Croquis, and that allows to avoid, let's say, the digital divide by making sure that SMEs are able to use this platform that is, very accessible, user-friendly, and so on and so forth. So I think it is a very important topic to keep in mind. Why would we use public money to develop something that exists on the commercial level? I think it only makes sense if this addresses some kind of very specific common interest missions. That is, for instance, let's say we need to make sure that we don't have any digital divide between big players and the SMEs, and therefore the government and the public money that is used is focused on that topic. And again, I of course agree with my colleagues saying that we need to have something that is obviously interconnected. That is, it wouldn't be something separated from the rest. We have an ecosystem of interconnected platforms, each of which having a specific focus.
Well, our next question, I'm going to go to a question from William Groven, which is sort of like the flip side of the coin of what you've just mentioned regarding the use of taxpayers' money. William is asking, with this wide variety of regional and industry-specific platforms, how will it be made worth it for private organisations to provide integrations with all of these? Paul, perhaps I'll get you to answer first on that.
Yeah, well, how we achieve that is having a common framework. So if we're talking about the horizontal platform, and if we talk about these regional and different national maybe platforms, again, it's very, very important to differentiate what's application and what is actual platform. So maybe if you think about the Apple App Store, you have loads of applications on there. They're not all platforms, aren't they? They are applications, and they built on a common framework. So if you think about the reference framework architecture, we can create a common framework, then the interoperability should not be an issue. Then we would not need to do a pinpoint integrations like we do now.
I think you've gone somewhere actually to answering a couple of other questions that were directed at you. One asking you how to describe OpenBuild as being similar to an app store, or how is it different? We've also got a question from Nicholas Nisbet asking, are we replacing proprietary schemas and formats with proprietary APIs when public open standard schemas, formats and APIs are required? Paul, you agree with those, or do you want to elaborate any further?
Yeah, I would elaborate on the apps. Again, we're not I don't believe we are replacing with proprietary apps. What we're saying, we're democratizing the application space. And if we can democratize the application space, that will create competition, and the market will decide which application is usable and is beneficial to the stakeholders and which would fit into a technology stack. And I think that's what we need to do, is move away from monolithic software approach to more democratized application landscape with a common or standardized workflows and maybe unstandardized data formats. That's where we believe we need to go in order to open the market and open the competition and make it accessible to the SMEs.
Thank you. Claudio, maybe I could ask you to reflect on this at the different geographical levels, since you were dealing with a regional level. Does that make a difference?
So, of course, when we look at the different levels that we have, and when we look in construction, we have to consider that the point that we build our building in a specific space, it is linked on specific requirements. We have country requirements, we have local requirements. And so when we start thinking about the development of an ecosystem, we should also think about how to connect these different levels. If you think about a way to build a different platform according to to a reference architecture, that is what we try to define in DigiPLACE, and we try to identify according to the specific needs, the specific requirements that we have, a common framework that can be used at a different level. We can coordinate the platform and we can move the complexity at the different levels so that the local level, the national level can deal with what are the specific needs that we have in a specific country, the specific needs that we have at the local level, but at the same time, they can communicate at a higher level so that we can enable the creation of data space that can exist, for example, at European level. So I think that we should try to look at these in this multi-level approach, let's say.
Thank you. Antonio Costa, a man with very prolific questions, thank you, has sent another good one in. Standards have a key role in guaranteeing interoperability, but will we be able to produce standards at the pace of the technology innovation? I guess this is a pan-technology question. This is not limited to the construction sector. But Jakob, let me put that to you. I think I know what you're going to say.
So, if you look at the standardization landscape in Europe and on the national levels and on the ISO levels and the international levels, then standardization often is ahead of technology, inventing standards for things that do not exist yet, and we have to do this in some. We mentioned several times the structured and audited and well-structured way to devise common vocabularies. We first have to define the standards, how we want a quality, how we want to make sure that common vocabularies have a good quality, and then we can actually implement these vocabularies, and then we can actually use them as a foundation, as Joao and Jan and others have said. And for this, we need standards. So yes, standards are not only lagging behind technology; they're sometimes ahead. They have to be ahead of technology in order to establish the common ground and the common platform on which then market participants competing with each other can actually compete to common rules. So it's not really being behind technical standards. It's in all the cases.
Thank you. Jan, do you agree that that standards are more than capable of keeping pace with innovation, or not?
I agree. Standards are capable of keeping pace with innovation. The question is whether the standard organizations are able to do that, because there are, of course, many issues with if you're talking about a broad standardization effort. But I think they can be overcome, and when standard organizations don't deliver results as quickly as needed, there are other consortiums, organizations that step in to fill that gap, and often kind of show what is possible to implement maybe more quickly that is adopted quickly, and then that becomes the standard. So it's a little bit of that we're doing also in Estonia, in the sense of, there's always a legal aspect to everything we do, especially as a ministry, the building permitting process, etc. But exactly technically how that is done is not written in legislation, but we have some flexibility in how we implement it. And in some cases, we implement it with a lot of flexibility, in the sense that it might lead to changes in legislation. But if we see that the users accept this and users want that, then we need to adjust the legislation as well. So I think that it's the same case with the standards, and I think developing standards is still a bit easier than legislation. So I think it's doable.
Your opinion on this, is it somewhere between the two? Or, everyone seems to be falling down on the same side as saying standards are certainly capable. It's whether the standard organizations are capable.
I feel that I think we can address the standardization on a very efficient way, and we have several procedures allowing to have a fast track standardization work going on. So this can be done, and obviously we can build on top of something that is, the feedback coming from real-time projects, and to do that very efficiently. But let me add, please, that I feel that it's not only about standards. I mean, it's not the major problem we have. I think that the major challenge we have is about change management and the reluctance that we can have regarding this change. This is a very, I think, difficult topic, and we need to address it, because the construction sector hasn't been very very open for changes, and it's more like a reluctant sector. And we can understand that, because when you make any changes, you also are changing the value chain, and it has a direct impact on business. So this is a very touchy subject. And it means that your change management process needs to be addressed in a very specific way in order to bring everybody on board. Otherwise, it doesn't go well. And you can do that by establishing trust, by building consensus. And this is, I think, a very important topics that are way more difficult than just, the standardization part of things. That is specifically technical part. And this is why I feel that the work done by DigiPLACE was very interesting, because it was based on this consensus approach.
Jakob, I noticed you're nodding to a lot of that. Do you want to add something?
Well, only that I agree on the change management issues that we have in the building industry, which is still trailing all the KPIs for being a digital industry, and that we have to the big challenge is not to get the super high tech participants and actors. But to get all, 3 million people working in the field and creating values on board, and really bring that to the field. And one of these issues, I think, to come back to the standard, is really reducing complexity and make this and make it understandable, and reduce the number of technologies and reduce the number of concepts that we need in order to understand and to use the technology. And this is what I have a feeling is still something that we have to address even more, to make it really simple, and to not put additional layers of administrative additional layers of administration on top of things, and ask for more and more information that nobody will fill in the end, and to look for smarter ways to allow people to actually feed these information systems with the required data. And this is I think part of the change management challenge that we have in the field, as put so elaborately.
Thank you. I think we're going to just take one last question from our audience, from Wilfried Wodenberg, who's asking, should the RAF, the Reference Architecture Framework, be addressed in upcoming R&D projects? Could it result in more complementary deliverables? Jan, I will let you have a stab at that first.
Definitely. I think the reference architecture should be now used, and we should try to implement it wherever we can. I mean, the basics of it are quite simple. Keep data open, interoperable, secure. I mean, for me, that's common sense. But there's definitely a lot of work that can be derived and done based on what has been completed here in DigiPLACE, and it's a very good foundation to build on.
Your thoughts on that? And what might be the outcomes of always considering it for future R&D, the architecture framework?
We missed the name. I think you were asking who?
No. Suha, let's have your answer then. I think we've got.
Yeah, sorry. We're missing the name of the person you're addressing the question to, Jennifer. So sorry for that. I think the DigiPLACE project and the reference architecture framework addressed important issues in a big picture way, and which was very important and necessary to develop a common understanding of what we are doing and what we are aiming for. But now I feel that we need to have a more more pragmatic approach, like, for instance, linking this global understanding with specific use cases that are interesting for the construction sector. And therefore, I think that the follow-ups are needed definitely for DigiPLACE, and I feel that these follow-ups need to be more focused on specific use cases that we can develop, among which, for instance, how do we connect to product data, how to make the link between data requirements and manufacturers' products, how to optimize the supply chain, what are the links with environmental performances and the renovation wave, and so on and so forth. A lot of use cases are very important, I think, for the industry. And we need, I think, now to illustrate the application of the reference architecture on specific use cases.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Now, we have just 10 minutes left, so I'm going to go back, as I've done before, and take another look at the poll that we asked you to answer at the beginning and see if there's been any changes. I think, if anything, the change has been that people think that ensuring interoperability with other platforms is by far the most important thing a platform should be doing for the construction industry at EU level. So I think that means people have probably heard what you've been saying and taken note of it and continued to vote in that way. Before I ask everyone to give us a round of final thoughts and closing comments, I will just say, Jan, there was one last question to you. It was, how are you framing or envisaging the digital building logbooks on your platform? I don't know if you can answer that quickly.
Yeah, essentially, we already have the basics of the digital building logbook in Estonia. It's called the building register. It's just that we have a lot of new services we're adding to that, which it's difficult to sometimes differentiate what people mean by digital logbook, what they mean by digital twin. So a lot of the times we're talking about the same things. So short answer is yes, we have already the basics and we're developing it further.
Thank you for that. Thank you for Pedro Meda for that question. I'll just say that, Sohail, people are saying that they very much agree with your comments on change management. Other comments saying it's been an outstanding session, gentlemen. They're very, very pleased with that. And so with that, I will do a final tour de table and ask you all to give me in a couple of minutes your key takeaways or your final message at the end of this 1.5 hours discussion. Claudio, let's start with you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I would just take the opportunity to have a last comment with what we said about the reference architecture framework, to just bring in what is also the structure of the DigiPLACE. So if we see the development of the project, we see that we have the development of the reference architecture framework, and then what we have, the development of the strategy roadmap that we will see in a moment after this panel. So I really think that the reference architecture framework is a starting point that should be applied in the future. So we have to take action based on what we developed on DigiPLACE, and we have to use the results of the project to push the development of new pilots, new case study that can be based on what we have found now. And this is also consolidated in the willingness, for example, of continue with the community of stakeholders that we created now, with linking with the active project that can be that can use the results that we obtained in DigiPLACE to improve that work and to follow what we have defined up to now.
Thank you. Paul, would you like to give me your wrap-up thoughts, please?
Yeah, I think it was a really good session. I think it's important to understand the reference architecture framework is not a static document. It's important to interrogate it. It's important to update it, working in an agile way, and understanding that it needs to be tested with the market. And that's certainly what we've been trying to do with OpenBuild, is test with the market, work on a specific use cases, like it's been mentioned, use cases, user stories, and really try to understand what are the top 10 maybe use cases we need to develop and how they would fit in, and then feedback to the reference architecture, feedback to standards and development as well. I think that's the most important part. Otherwise, we cannot think that this is the end of the work. It's only the beginning of the work.
Okay. Jan, I will go to you next for some comments.
Thank you, Jennifer, for the great moderation, and I think it's been a great session as well. I think Paul summarized it very, very eloquently, that this is just the beginning of the work, and the main thing I would emphasize is sticking to open standards, sticking to openness, and we really should take to heart the core principles laid out in the reference architecture framework. And everybody should really take a look at them and see how in their work they could implement at least some part of it, or have something from that reference architecture that they maybe relate to, and work on that. Because this is really the starting point for everybody across Europe and the wider world as well, to really look at how we can find a common language, a common platform. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jakob, your remarks, your message as we wrap up this.
Yeah, so thank you for having me, and thank you for the organization. On top of what all others said, I think that initiatives like DigiPLACE, if we come to an agreement that this is that the roadmap that is going to follow up as a follow-up on this, that this is the way we want to go, that it's indeed a very big chance for Europe to yet again set international standards beyond also Europe. I think it would be good to have other standardization organizations like Building Smart, OGC, and other industry-driven standardization organizations on board to really implement this. And maybe as a last word, also to reiterate Wilfried van Woudenberg's question. Yes, if we think DigiPLACE reference architecture framework is the agreed upon solution that we should start, then we should also mandate this in our funding schemes, and then we should also to avoid ad hoc reinventions of wheels, and really make this the one roadmap that we that all travel together. Thank you.
Thank you, Jakob. And Suhail, I'm falling to you to give us the last word. If you want to try and encapsulate in just a couple of minutes everything that you've found interesting about this discussion, or the ideas that your fellow panelists have presented, because we have been, of course, talking about practical examples here. So I think it's a great opportunity to let the audience know what they should take away.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Jennifer, for this wonderful session. I really enjoyed it. I think it was a very interesting exchange of ideas. I think we need to keep in mind that the ultimate goal for us all is to support delivery of better buildings and infrastructures. And this is, I think, we need to keep that in mind. And I think that we progressed, and I agree with Paul. I mean, we started this journey with DigiPLACE, and I think now the big challenge will be how to keep the momentum going on, because there is obviously a risk that at the end of the project, this moment we lose this momentum, and this is I think it would be a shame to do that. And I feel that the big challenge for us now is to find the ways to make sure that we find the adapted funding schemes and make sure that the momentum goes on in order to make sure that we build on top of what has been developed around the RAF and make it adaptable, deliverable that can live and prosper.
Well, thank you very much for that. And you've led in nicely to what is coming up next in our agenda. So thank you very much, gentlemen. We've really appreciated your input and your expertise and your willingness to answer all those questions from our audience. So thank you again for that. And of course, thank you to the audience for your questions. Without you, we wouldn't be having these great discussions influenced by new ideas that people are bringing to the table, especially at this late stage of the afternoon. So let me tell you what's coming up next, because we're going to take a short break in order to allow everyone to have a coffee, stretch their legs, and maybe get some fresh air, because I know it is a long day, but we still have several hundred people really paying attention and wanting to learn more. And what you will learn about after this break is what's coming next. So after DigiPLACE, the EU support for the digital transition, and it's going to be the presentation of the DigiPLACE strategic roadmap. We're very much looking forward to that. You will also get your questions in there. We're also going to hear from the European Commission. Yet again, we're going to hear specifically about the use of industrial data. There will be our last and final poll of the day for you to have your own thoughts and consider and answer to your questions put forward, as well as a wrap-up closing remarks as well from the Portuguese presidency. So don't go far. Remember, please do keep sharing your thoughts using the hashtag DigiPLACE, and we will maybe get trending somewhere, but I certainly hope that you will bring along your colleagues and remind them of how interesting this is. These sessions are being recorded, of course, so if you missed something from this morning, or you want to go back and recap on one of those really detailed, highly intensive information, the slides, they're all there. You can go back and have a look at them on the website after today. But don't go far, because we will be back at 2:45 or 2:45 Central European Time with that final section of today's event. Thank you very much.
Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications and services, provide best practices and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive
Welcome back to the DigiPLACE closing conference today. You're here for our final session, so thank you very much for your attention throughout the day. I know there's been an awful lot of information to digest, and I want to remind everyone that, of course, all the sessions have been recorded, so if you missed one, you have every opportunity to go back to the website and have a look at those, or maybe pay a bit more attention to the slides if you didn't get a chance to read them all closely during today. Now, this final session is, of course, looking to the future, because although it's a closing conference for our closing of our project, it's not the end of the road. And what we're going to hear now in the opening section is the presentation of the DigiPLACE strategic roadmap. Now, I'm very pleased to have with me to present that Sarah Angelotti, who is the French Ministry of Ecology Transition, and also Cinzia Gatto from the Italian Ministry. But Sarah, let me hand over the floor to you first. Tell us all about the strategic roadmap, and then I'm sure Cinzia will build on what you have said.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to present the work done around the strategy roadmap of DigiPLACE. I'm Sarah Angelotti from the French Ministry of Ecological Transition, and with my colleague, as you said, Jennifer, Cinzia Gatto, from the Italian Ministry of Sustainable Infrastructure and Mobility. We have coordinated the work of drafting this roadmap since July 2020 through the production of 3 deliverables. And we did it, of course, in close collaboration with all the project partners of DigiPLACE and also the advisory board, the EU BIM task group, and the members of the community of stakeholders. So first, I will present the preparatory work put in place. And secondly, Cinzia will present the DigiPLACE roadmap itself in more details. Next slide, please. Now, let me present to you the purpose of this roadmap, its main topics, our work approach, and an example of proposed actions. Next slide, please. As presented earlier by Nicolas Naville from CSTB, the very expected result of DigiPLACE is the reference architecture framework called RAF. That is to say, a comprehensive set of common guidelines to help building and developing interoperable digital platform for the construction sector. And the purpose of the strategy roadmap is to support the future progressive implementation of the RAF. And this complements the work done by other members of DigiPLACE through the project, as Cinzia will show you later. Next slide, please. To do so, one of the main results of our preparatory work has been to define 4 main topics seen as the cornerstones of the future roadmap. So the first topic you can see up on the slide is promote and network, to create a long-lasting stakeholders ecosystem to promote, support, and refine the DigiPLACE RAF. The second topic is develop and deploy, featuring a set of actions towards integrating, stimulating, experimenting platform and services, leveraging on the DigiPLACE RAF. The third topic in the middle of on the slide is foster and secure, with the idea of contributing notably to RAF-based digitalization of European and national regulation. And the last topic, but it's not the less important, I would say, is capitalize and train, to contribute to training in construction. And these definitions are based, as I said, on the work done previously by other partners of the project, especially the list of mitigation solutions and considered as high influence factors for the construction sector, such as education, digital solution tools, SMEs specific needs, and we talked a lot about it during the day, regulation, data access and sharing, etc. Next slide, please. But even if these 4 cornerstones contain specific actions related to their domain, they are not static or isolated. That's why I wanted to show them to you in this way as gears, as they respond to or feed into each other to create, we hope at least, an ambitious and dynamic system. Next slide, please. So after elaborating these cornerstones, our work approach has been, secondly, to connect the RAF guidelines presented by Nicolas this morning with the actions already identified in the 4 cornerstones by adapting, deleting, or even adding actions in order to be able to support the RAF. That's why you can see on the slide the mapping through the small crosses in the table presented in the between the cornerstones in the left column and the RAF areas in the row below. These show that we try to make every area's aspects of the RAF match. Next slide, please. now I would like to show you briefly, because we don't have a lot of time, but I would like to show you the results we achieved for the first topic, promote and network, for which we proposed 5 actions. I will not go into detail here as we prefer to focus on the overall roadmap because we have more than 20 actions. However, I will give you in the next slide an example of an action to give you an idea of what we proposed. But I also invite you to look at the deliverable D6.2 when it will be available on the DigiPLACE website to have all the details about the 20 or more actions. Next slide, please. So as I said, this is an example of one action about creating a long-lasting European stakeholder ecosystem to promote, support, and refine the DigiPLACE RAF. And I have to admit that these first actions raised a lot of questions among the partners on how to continue and promote, build on all the work undertaken with the DigiPLACE community. And the main objective of this action is both to develop and nurture the DigiPLACE community, increasing the number of stakeholders already involved and or not already involved, and consolidating those already included in the network. And secondly, we would like to promote their involvement in order to increase the sharing of knowledge and the creation of common consensus. And I think the last panel emphasized this idea. And to achieve this, it will be necessary to set up a governing entity and to form task forces focusing on each area of the RAF and in charge of further developing, refining these guidelines by areas. And this action is also closely linked to other actions of promote and network, and also from other actions of the roadmap. First, at European level, by setting up partnership with initiatives, projects related to construction and or digitalization, and also at national level by developing national mirror groups to promote the use of the DigiPLACE RAF, but also to improve the RAF regarding national challenges. Next slide, please. Finally, I would like to mention very quickly the last part of the preparatory work, because as said by Nicolas Naville this morning, beyond its technical guidelines, the RAF highlighted several open options to be considered in the DigiPLACE strategic roadmap. And to respond to it, we developed 1 or 2 implementing scenarios for each RAF open option in order to be able to compare the variation of scenarios between them. And after consultation process, 8 base rated scenarios have been selected in terms of priority, relevance, and necessity. And these selected implementing scenarios could then be seen as a possible achievement of the roadmap. However, they would require the prior implementation of several actions of the strategy roadmap, as shown in the graph on this slide, and presented also in the last deliverable. But now I would like to give the floor to Cinzia to continue the presentation about the strategic roadmap.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. to everybody. I'm Cinzia Gatto, and I'm here on behalf of the Italian Ministry of Sustainable Infrastructure and Mobility. As Sara has already said, our groups have coordinated the last task of DigiPLACE project regarding the implementation of a 7-year strategy roadmap to support the stakeholders for the future progressive implementation of the reference architecture framework and its applications. Next slide, please. Thanks. At the beginning of our work, it was necessary to fix some points. First of all, we needed to set the goal. The point is reasonably clear, I think, implementation of a roadmap. Second point, what is a roadmap? Last point, how can we reach our goal? I mean, which methodology should we use? So, first point, what is a roadmap? It's fundamental to understand what we are doing. In this slide, you can read some simple definition useful to understand roadmap meaning intuitively. The first is linked to the concept that you need a plan, a vision. You cannot proceed only with daily single tasks. The second one means the roadmap is a process, not static, but a dynamic one, which evolves continuously. Last, but not the least, the visualization of a roadmap allows to have a useful monitoring of a strategic and action plans in real time. In fact, a well-designed strategy roadmap visualizes the future of the project into a picture that shows both current and future state. Now let's go into the details of this presentation. Starting from the main goal, the roadmap has been defined considering the action plan elaborated to stimulate, motivate, and support the member states in order to make real the main outcomes started by the DigiPLACE project. In fact, defining the strategy roadmap completes the work done in the previous parts of DigiPLACE. I mean in detail, the creation of DigiPLACE stakeholder community, the identification of good practices and existing initiatives or technological solution already used, the identification of barriers and factors for digitalization enhancement, and obviously the reference architecture framework. Next slide, please. What methodology did we use to implement the roadmap? We started from the 4 main topics defined by Sara during the first part of this presentation. They are the cornerstones of the future roadmap. We reanalyzed every action and sub-action from a new point of view, their priority in terms of time and relevance. So, we were able to build the first version of the roadmap. At this point, we verified the coordination and coherency between different actions in terms of connection, time-wise, durations, sequencing, and so on. And then we assessed the feasibility of the plan, both from a general, national, and local point of view. But what does I mean with this statement? The meaning is Europe is a union of countries with very heterogeneous characteristics in terms of digitalization, training, regulatory framework, and more. Therefore, to implement a general European roadmap, it's fundamental to assume an average starting point regarding digital innovation, so that the implementation plan could be effectively applicable in each country. Next slide, please. As I said, first of all, we used a quantitative approach. The target has been to analyze topics and actions in order to build a list or group of priorities based on relevance and time urgency. I want to highlight that assigning a priority to actions can reveal a complicated task. There are many prioritization methods in bibliography. In the end, we decided to use one of the simplest, the basic priority numbering system. So, in order to evaluate the priority among the actions identified in the four main topics, we have decided to identify time, urgency, and relevance as fundamental index. Then, we structured a list of indicators. You can read some of them in the slide. In order to build a priority matrix, which includes every action and sub-action that you have already seen throughout the presentation and which Sarah spoke about in detail before. The list among the sub-actions. Following these basic principles, it has been possible to create a time frame for each action and sub-action. The priority matrix has been the starting point for subsequently making a qualitative assessment, fundamental to create the strategy roadmap in the final version. In fact, the next step was to apply a qualitative approach. I mean, we reanalyzed again the roadmap, starting from the results of previous tasks of DigiPLACE project. Each action and sub-action has been reanalyzed to evaluate its priority according to the goals of determining the way forward to make DigiPLACE real in Europe in order to increase the process of digitalization in the construction sector. Next slide, please. Okay, finally, I can show you the final version of DigiPLACE strategy roadmap. I know it's not readable on the screen, but I need to put in evidence the general result of this work. Summarizing what we have said so far, the timeline and the relevance of each action has been analyzed and detailed with the aim of creating an implementation plan for the RAF in order to be the basis for the future activities in each EU member country. In this slide, you can see the roadmap in the compact version. This visualization is useful to understand at a glance the concepts on which it's built. Colors also can help us. In fact, you can recognize the four cornerstones and the several actions. In the next slide, you're going to see an extract. Thanks. This is the promote and network part of the roadmap. What did we do to build the plan for every cornerstones? The analyzed actions have been taken up, and for each of them, the individual sub-actions have been identified as much as possible. We considered the relevance for the achievement of the final goal and the temporal urgency of an action compared to the others. Their sum permits to calculate the priority for each action and sub-action. Finally, we studied the possible duration of each action. This evaluation was based on the experience of the working group and partners in the sector and on the results present in bibliography for similar projects. Next slide, please. Now we quickly come to conclusions. In recent years, a real case of transition from traditional analog processes to digital ones is in progress in the world of construction in Europe. In this context, the DigiPLACE project has set a cutting-edge goal, creating a reference architecture framework and a roadmap for a coherent development of future digital platforms as common ecosystems of digital services. It's therefore evident that the roadmap is the clear final result of the whole DigiPLACE project. The roadmap defines the vision to support stakeholders for the future gradual implementation of the RAF and its applications. We haven't talked about it, but a preliminary analysis of financial aspect preparatory for business modeling activity in DigiPLACE project has been developed. We haven't talked about this analysis because this topic is too technical and we have little time, but it's obvious that only an economic analysis can give evidence of the real applicability of a project. In any case, you can read it in the D6.3 report. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the processes and the roadmap described during this presentation are about a clear approach of digital transformation and implementation in the construction sector in Europe. It's evident that each single member state has got a different level of digitalization right now. There are countries with a high level of connectivity, for example, in terms of internet use, basic and advanced digital skill, or member state with a strong legislation about government and procurement, and other with a lower level. The gaps among member states will be a big challenge for the European Union. For this reason, we recommend looking at the roadmap like a dynamic element that should be customized for each member state according to its own level of digitalization, and digital transformation. Therefore, it will be necessary to implement a monitoring plan to verify the progress of the actions, the outcomes, the difficulties encountered, and to identify preventive or corrective measures. Considering what we have said so far, we can conclude that the proposed roadmap represents a dynamic process that will have to be adapted to the specific needs of European countries. Not only that, on the basis of the results and experience gathered during the implementation of actions, the roadmap will have to be reevaluated and upgraded as in an iterative process. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies, for those very insightful presentations on the strategic roadmap. Now, I know, as you said, some of those slides are a little bit too small to read, even with the best eyesight, but we'll do our best to get those available to the audience that they can maybe look at after the fact and read in more detail. Let me first ask just a couple of brief follow-up questions before we move to our next speakers. Tell me a bit more about implementing scenarios in a little bit more detail. What do they perhaps represent for the rest of the project?
Okay, maybe I can jump in and answer this question. As I said during the presentation, and Cinzia also mentioned it, the RAF highlighted open options, several open options to be considered. And these open options are mainly dealing with implementation of platforms in terms of large-scale data, integration of data, European platform versus national platforms, and also digitalized public tools or services. And due to the number of possibilities included in in these open options, we have developed one or two implementing scenarios for each RAF open options in order to be able to compare them, and with a total of almost, I think, 13 versions of scenarios. And then these implementing scenarios have been subject to an online consultation open to DigiPLACE community of stakeholders in March 2021. And the objective of this consultation was to collect opinions and input in order, of course, to consolidate these scenarios and maybe give a priority, because it's not possible to implement 13 scenarios, but we needed to make a priority based on the need expressed by the sector. And as a result, 8 best rated scenarios have been selected. And for example, we selected a scenario about the development of a national platform with a top-down approach and with European coordination. And as I said, and Cinzia also said it, these selected implementing scenarios could be a possible achievement of the implementation of the roadmap. And to go further in the analysis, the last deliverable, the D6.3, presents an overview of economic and financial aspects associated with these 8 selected implementing scenarios, with a view to develop maybe business model, not now, but for the future.
Thank you, Sarah, for that. And just one other question, and perhaps a more reflective question for both of you, is as representatives of public authorities in the project, what was it about DigiPLACE that got you interested? Why did you want to participate, and what did you expect, and has it lived up to expectations? Just a brief thought. Cinzia, perhaps I'll let you go first this time.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm going to answer to this question, but the Italian and French ministry have a similar position on this point. So, first of all, I'd like to underline that the Italian ministry has been involved in the subject of the digitalization of the construction sector for many years. In fact, after the publication of the EU Public Procurement Directive in 2014, Italy has been updating the national regulatory framework, also encouraging the digitalization of construction with several pilot projects and work. Moreover, we think that the DigiPLACE project is the right consequence of the Lisbon strategy and the Europe 2020 initiatives. So I think that the digital transformation of construction sector is the right innovation way for who, like me, the Italian ministry wanted to be part of DigiPLACE because Italy, like other European countries, is experiencing a process of change, which is bringing digitalization also to the construction world, radically changing all operating procedures, both in the public and in private sector. So it's important to find a common way with all European countries in this digitalization process, and DigiPLACE is one of the most innovative initiatives, I think. Therefore, a European digital platform could be, in the next future, the digital meeting place between the needs of contractors or designers and the offer of producers or distributors, based on the same data structure and the same digital language. It can promote competitiveness and control on the market. I can say that we share the same view with Sarah and the French colleagues. We think that it's important to find a common way with all the European countries in this digitalization process in the single market framework. So maybe DigiPLACE project is a way to contribute to it. We hope, in fact, that the outcome of the project will be a blueprint for a real platform, which will be used in all member states, we hope.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Cinzia. Thank you, Sarah, ladies, very, very much. Now, we're going to let you go for the moment, but you will still be tuned in. So if our audience has any specific questions for either Cinzia or Sarah, please do state that in the Q&A. We will get them back if there's urgent questions we need you to answer. But we have some excellent speakers coming up in the next 3/4 of an hour, so we want to turn now to the European Commission representative from DG Connect. It's Christian de Koene, a man who knows an awful lot about data, and today you're going to tell us all about the use of industrial data. Christian, over to you. Take it away.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you to the organisers of this conference for the invitation. I'm going to give you an overview of the European Commission's digital strategy and data strategy, and how DigiPLACE fits within that. It's obviously a project which we've been very happy to support, and it's great to see it come to its conclusion now, and a roadmap for the future. I'm going to go back to the overall aim of this current College of Commissioners, which is in two parts really, which sustain each other. The first is the green transformation, and the second is the digital transformation. They're intimately related because digitization supports the green transformation, but it itself has an impact on the environment. And so one part of the digital agenda is to reduce our overall carbon footprint. And within that, we have a data strategy, which was published last spring, where we are looking to try to ensure that data flows around freely in accordance with our European values, and as efficiently as possible, with as fair as possible, an allocation of value between the different actors in the data economy. It's notable that overall the amount of data being generated is exploding. It's estimated to increase fivefold in the next 5 or 6 years. But it's also the case that most data is what they call dark data. So 80% of data is not used according to various studies. That figure varies, but in any case, most studies indicate that most data which is collected and stored is not being put to use. It's also a fact that it's only the elite companies, 8% according to McKinsey, are able to actually capture value from the data that they process or that they generate from their business activities, and that small and medium businesses in particular tend to be less digitized and therefore enjoy fewer of the benefits. So the Commission is dedicated to what we're calling the digital decade. There was a document which we published in March this year, where we set ourselves targets, or we proposed targets for the EU in the areas of skills, businesses, digitization, infrastructure, and connectivity, and public service transformation. And within all of that, if I could move perhaps to the next slide, we have a number of instruments which are already in place for ensuring data is able to move around within the internal market. Where it comes to personal data, and my background is in data protection, we obviously have the GDPR and a number of other instruments such as the Privacy Directive, which are there to ensure that data can move freely within the internal market, but also that individuals' interests and rights are protected, and that those who are processing data have an appropriate set of obligations and to apply safeguards. And then we also have the free flow of data regulation, which applies to non-personal data. And one of the things that provides for is codes of conduct for businesses to share data, and I'll come back to that in a moment. But if we that's already in place now, and that was from the previous the previous cycle of European policy making in the last European Commission. But if I could move to my next slide, please. The digital agenda, the data strategy envisages four major pieces of legislation. Two of them you will have already seen, the Commission's proposals. The Digital Market Act, alongside the Digital Services Act, is a sort of vertical policy legislative intervention, in that it's addressing the fact that we have an economy which is increasingly dependent on a handful of platforms, and it's trying to regulate the market power of those platforms and support businesses and individuals who depend on them for access to web-based services. Then we've also got the Data Governance Act, which I'll just briefly touch on now, which is in a way the sort of the accompaniment to the Data Act, which I'm personally working on, and which we hope to adopt a proposal on at the end of this year. And the Data Governance Act is in effect saying that it's okay to share data, that it should be on a voluntary basis, and it's trying to address the reality, which is that it's at the moment easier to give away your data, often involuntarily or without realizing it, in a click, than it is to voluntarily and consciously donate data for the greater good. So in order to facilitate that, the Data Governance Act focuses on intermediaries. It sets out what such data intermediaries should look like, and how they're distinct from the more familiar data brokers who in effect profit off of your data. Instead, the data intermediaries would be neutral. They would mutualize value in a way that complies with existing rules. So it's the DGA is trying to ensure individual empowerment to bring the algorithm closer to your own data, and it provides a decentralized framework of governance and technical standards, which in turn can then facilitate the development of what we've been calling data spaces. And in the data strategy last year, we outlined 10 data spaces. There's an additional one which has been proposed by the European Parliament on tourism, the tourism sector. But these data spaces are now being developed. It's industry driven with the support of the Commission. So that's the Data Governance Act. If I could move on now to the Data Act, I don't have a specific slide on that because we're still developing the proposal. I can say that hopefully tomorrow we will publish an open public consultation, a questionnaire, where everyone will have the opportunity to answer a number of questions about what the Data Act should or could do. We will also have a document called an Inception Impact Assessment, which will give you more information about the problems that we're trying to address. But in essence, what we're doing at the moment is we're looking at the various industrial ecosystems of the EU economy, the sectors of the economy, the state of digitization in those sectors, the state of data sharing within those sectors, and the existing legal instruments which apply, and of course listening to stakeholders all along the way. We have a number of studies which are ongoing, where we're trying to gather information on to what extent companies believe that they're able to get a fair share of. I'm not sure if you can still hear me. You can. Yes, thanks. Just Jen seemed to have frozen, but maybe she was just mesmerized by what I was saying. So yeah, the studies are ongoing. We'll be paying close attention to the consultation, and we'll see the results in the summer. And then we're hoping to bring forward a proposal before the end of this year. Now, to go into a bit of detail about what could be in the Data Act, one of the things that we're considering is the fact that let's take the construction sector. It's an area. It's a sector of the economy which is extremely important in the EU. Something like 12% of GDP, 40 billion euro per annum in revenue. So it's something that we've been looking into in great detail. But it's also a sector which is less digitized than others, which is of course one of the motivations for DigiPLACE. What's also notable is that there isn't any instrument for governing how data flows within the construction sector. That's not unusual for most of the sectors of the economy. There aren't any specific measures. We have various horizontal rules. I mentioned the free flow of data regulation and its provision for codes of conduct. Of course, that's entirely voluntary for non-personal data to be ported between services. There's also the horizontal block exemption in competition law, which enables companies to share know-how and expertise. But this is very much an area where there isn't much regulation, and the question is whether we need more, given the fact that the data economy is growing rapidly, and the share of value does not seem to be equally fairly distributed, and if anything, the trajectory seems to be greater and greater concentration in the years to come. So there are three things that the Data Act is likely to address, and again, it's about fairness in allocation of data value. It's about supporting the green and the digital transformations. So the first area is business to business data sharing. The second is, which I'll come on to in a bit more detail, which is obviously of more interest to you. There's also a piece on business to government data exchange, and that will be following on from the report from the high-level expert group, which deliberated and published a report last year, particularly where about considering the need for public bodies to have data from the public sector in the case of national emergencies, such as the one we've been living through in the last 15 months. And then the third part of it is on individual consumer empowerment and how we can strengthen the right to data portability in the GDPR. And all of this, of course, will be done on the basis of existing data protection, intellectual property rules. We're not touching that, and also with respect for trade secrets. Now, just to go into a bit more detail before I finish on business to business data sharing, which will be an important part of the Data Act. We're looking at questions of contractual fairness, where it comes to access to and the ability to use data. We're looking at in what circumstances a company should be able to request data from another company. In particular, we're looking at data which is generated by the use of machines, by the use of devices. If you're a business and you have a connected device, or it doesn't even have to be connected, but it's generating data which could be valuable in order to assess performance and efficiency, to what extent can a user of that thing get and use the data, offer it to aftermarket service providers and so on. So we're trying to see how we can use the Data Act in order to make markets more competitive, in order to encourage innovation, and in order also to promote the development of circular, sustainable products and materials under the European Green Deal. And then finally, and I'll end with this, we're also looking at what necessary safeguards would need to be in place if we're trying to facilitate data sharing between businesses. We don't want any new provisions to be abused. We're trying to encourage fairness. We're trying in particular to give a boost to the European economy and to European businesses and consumers. And so one of the questions in the questionnaire you'll see are about how we can ensure that unforeseen consequences are guarded against. And we're also open to and fully recognize that there may be a need for specific sectoral approaches, which the Data Act would take a horizontal view. It would be very general, but there may be a need for interventions in specific sectors. And indeed, the Commission is working on a proposal, for example, in the area of the access to in-vehicle data for connected cars. So I'll leave it there. I'm happy to take any questions or comments, but that's just an overview of where we are with the data strategy and in considering what could be in the Data Act at the end of this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christian, for your mesmerizing presentation. I will say that it's a very difficult position you're in, trying to predict what's going to happen. We know in Brussels that it's a difficult job to know how long things will take to make it from proposal to actually being finalised with so many different bodies involved. But we really do appreciate that as a great overview of the whole data landscape, and we will be looking at how the construction industry just has fitted into it. We were discussing that earlier today, but this is a good backgrounder for everyone. Now, just before we come to our final three speakers, I'm going to take another temperature of the audience. We're going to look finally at our last poll, and it is, in your opinion, what do you think is the biggest challenge for the transformation of the digitalization in the construction industry? It's a big question. It's the what have you heard today and what have you taken away from it? Worker skills, financial investment, concerns over data sharing, or a lack of leadership by decision makers, or, and I know this is going to be the answer everyone gives, all of the above. I think in future we shouldn't give all of the above as an option, because I know people will click it, because all those things are important. So select which one of those you like on our audience poll. Remember, right next to that you've got the Q&A function, so you can ask questions of Christian, of indeed Sarah or Cinzia, and of course of our next speakers, because we have joining me now in the studio Alain Zarli, the ECTP Secretary General, and we also have joining remotely Philip Crampton, the FIAC First Vice President, and Maximilian Grauvogel, EFCA Vice President. Gentlemen, you're all very, very welcome to be here today. Alain, let me turn to you, get your first reaction from what you've heard over the last half hour or so, and indeed what you take away from the whole day so far.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. So as you said, maybe very quickly in a nutshell about ECTP, in case some of you are not aware of it. Well, it's a leading membership organization promoting and influencing the future of the built environment in Europe, which means that, of course, we are talking about all the aspects of innovation and research and development. And this is one of the 40 European technology platforms that the European Commission wanted to see popping up, I would say, more than 15 years ago now, with the concept that, yes, well, there are different types of stakeholders in research and innovation. You have universities, research centers, big players, large enterprises, industry players, also associations, and so on and so forth. And the idea was that, well, we should try to work all together to really develop and have a common agreement of what should be our future and what should be, of course, the challenges we're facing for this future and what are the research and innovation required for that. So as such, of course, and as far as the construction and built environment is concerned, well, ECTP is really to develop and implement new research and innovation, which mean that we try to develop on a regular basis some strategic research and innovation agenda for the construction sector. So this leads to the question, so why ECTP has been interested in DigiPLACE? What is the impact? What is the interest for us, I would say? So we have been involved since the very inception of DigiPLACE, I would say at proposal time. And the interest is definitely for us twofold. The first one, I referred to it, we have a strategic research and innovation agenda. We developed the last one in 2019 with 4 main pillars. I'm not getting into the details of those 4 main pillars, but one was indeed a specific one, which is an enabler for us in the construction sector, was related to digitalization. And digitalization, of course, was on one side, on smart operation and maintenance of buildings and infrastructures, as well as better integration of the built environment with the urban spaces and the mobility. But 2 other parts were of primary importance, of course, for this digitalization pillar. The first one was really the data strategy for the construction sector, including how to manage data, how to access data, privacy and security issues on the one side. And the second one was definitely dedicated to all the various types of digital tools that we may have, in particular leveraging on those concepts of BIM objects and digital twins for value chain integration, and with a focus already on the SMEs. There was quite a lot of discussion about SMEs this morning on that, so I'm not getting back to these. And so for us, of course, having a look at the roadmap that has been developed by DigiPLACE on one side, and the reference architecture framework on the other side, which are, by the way, complementary. This is, of course, for us, very interesting tools to leverage on with respect to the future elaboration of our strategic research and innovation agenda. And the second one is that this SRIA, of course, is for the basis of our discussion with the European Commission as far as the next wave of calls in the context of the upcoming new programs. I mean, in particular, of course, Horizon Europe program, but also Digital Europe program. This is something which is very, very important for us, because this is really the basis on which we are going to discuss with the European Commission and the various DGs and have a common agreement on what are to be the future key topics and calls to be launched, and that would be, of course, supported by the European Commission. So that's really the two main aspects, I would say, and interest for us, of course, with respect to DigiPLACE as far as ECTP is concerned. I may be back to some many other details maybe later on if we have time.
Thank you very much, Anna, and thank you for joining us in the studio to discuss that and give us a little bit of background on ECTP. Philip, let me turn to you now. Give us your opening thoughts, your comments, your reflections, if you like, on what you've seen so far, because this is the last panel of the day.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be at this important conference to discuss what happens after DigiPLACE and what further support is required from the EU to facilitate the digital transition of construction. I'm Philip Crampton, FIAC First Vice President and President-elect of FIAC, which is the European Construction Industry Federation. I have my own construction company here in Ireland, which has been in the family for over 130 years. FIAC was established in 1905. We represent construction companies, both large and small, across the European Union, Norway, Switzerland, Turkey, and Ukraine. We were involved in DigiPLACE right from the beginning, when it was merely an idea. Our role as a partner in the consortium involves coordinating the advisory board, which is made up of representatives from construction companies, software companies, national governments, standardization bodies, major consultancy firms, and representatives of the construction value chain. We also acted as a reviewer on some of the key documentation on use cases. We're proud to be a partner in the project and believe that although the project is coming to an end, in many ways, what has been achieved so far is only the beginning. The obvious next step is to make this platform a reality. In polls during a previous event that took place in EU Industry Week, most participants were in favor of either the European Commission managing the platform or of some kind of public-private partnership. We believe that some private involvement is necessary, and that would ensure that both expertise from the software industry on the one hand and the knowledge of the construction industry on the other is fully integrated into the operation of the platform. We wish to stay fully engaged with the next stage of the project. In terms of wider EU support, it's clear that the Horizon Europe programme should make funds available for further research, and we particularly support action for a large-scale pilot on data spaces. And I was very interested in all the information we were given on data that the speaker before last. I think it's very useful. Alongside research funding, relevant policy needs to be developed to support companies in tackling challenging issues around data. In the industry, we're particularly asking for clarity around who owns, has access to, can modify and reuse data, for what purposes and under what circumstances, and for how long. Therefore, we particularly welcome the European strategy for data. We are ready and willing to collaborate with other industry stakeholders and EU institutions to make this whole thing a success. I'm looking forward to the discussion now.
Indeed, Philip. And we'll turn now to Maximilian just to get your thoughts as well.
Good afternoon. I'm delighted to represent EFCA in this panel. EFCA is the European Federation of Engineering Consulting Associations. and I'm the vice president of it. The EFCA is the umbrella organization of the European Civil Engineering Associations. Within EFCA, I represent the German association VBI. In both organizations, I had the activities regarding digitalization and BIM, and I have my own architectural engineering firm. EFCA members are an integral part of the construction sector. You will find architects and consulting engineers, the latter performing design, procurement, supervision, quality control, and project management services. So we have to deal with all different stakeholders in the construction sector. As already mentioned, the construction sector is one of the most, if not the most important economically when you see its contribution to the GDP of each EU member state. It is also important because of the high number of employees working in it. It has already been mentioned that the construction sector is highly fragmented. You will find architects, consulting engineers. You will find construction companies, craftsmen, manufacturers of components, of building materials and plants. You will find construction machinery industry, which is also part of our sector. One will also find a huge number of small SMEs, besides a few very large companies. My own company is a bit above small SME, I must say. Yeah? In the construction industry, if the construction industry has to master digital transformation, and if this should not cause a massive wave of concentration due to the high costs associated with the transformation, we need political support in the form of research and funding. That's why EFCA took part in the DigiPLACE project. In the end, this support will pay off through the preservation of jobs and a large variety of ideas and products. Since we are in Europe, there are additional complexities to consider. We have different building law systems in the various member states. We have different professional liability systems. We have different design and construction practices practiced over decades in the member states. That is why it has already been mentioned, the digital transformation must have a very strong national characteristic. As far as the technical side of the implementation of transformation is concerned, the most important thing of EFCA is for EFCA is to build a digital ecosystem for the construction industry that enables an exchange, use of digital data and collaboration based on trust and fairness. Gaia X seems to be a concept to ensure this. It is mentioned in this in the DigiPLACE project. The foundation of such a digital ecosystem were laid in the DigiPLACE project. Having in mind the recently hacked pipeline in the USA or the water works in California, the highest safety standards must also be feasible. One has to be sure in the end we produce digital twins, and digital twins are of course accessible even to criminals if we don't take care of it. For the continuation of DigiPLACE, it's very important that the currently theoretical documents will be transferred into a workable situation. We as EFCA can give a valuable input in ensuring that the architectural framework of DigiPLACE will be translated into practical and lean procedures, tools in correspondence with the diversity on contractual arrangements and sizes of companies. This way, we can help ensuring that DigiPLACE will create an added value and finally will be used by the market. As engineering consultants, we are often in the driver's seat at the start of a project, so we know how to deal with this business. One personal remark in the end, maybe we should think of simply using the Estonians' e-construction platform over Europe. You know, I'm an engineer, and engineers always try to be pragmatic. Why should we invent the wheel again? Thank you so far.
Thank you very much indeed. We've heard many times today about how we don't want to invent the wheel again, no matter how many great engineers we've had on, and we have had several of you today. Now, we still have Christian here, which is great because we do have a question for you, Christian. Benjamin Schula is asking, how are the FAIR principles taken into consideration in the Data Act? Can you elaborate a little bit for that on us?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, fairness is a concept throughout law, many areas of law, whether it's competition or data protection or contract. The way we look at it is we're looking at the whole sort of data value chain in different ecosystems, and we're trying to understand where there are blockages, where it seems that data value is disproportionately concentrated in one particular part of the value chain or in one particular group of actors within part of the value chain. And we're trying to identify ways of opening that up and making it easier to respond to Philip's point earlier, that part of the challenge is to try to clarify what the rights are.
Christian, I'm going to interrupt you. I think we're having a little bit of problems hearing you clearly. I think there might be a microphone issue. Perhaps use whichever one you were using before was a lot better, but right now we're getting a lot of distortion, and so people are probably having trouble making out the details of what you're saying. Can you try that again?
Okay, well, I've taken off my earpiece. Is that better?
That is so much better. Absolutely. We love
I was
technology
advised to
when it
wear one.
works.
Okay, good. Well, I'm not sure how much of what I said was distorted, but anyway, I was saying that part of what we want to do is respond to Philip's point about clarifying what the rights are for who's able to access and do what with data, because there is a lack of clarity. And secondly, we're trying to identify where there are terms in contracts between businesses where they relate to access to data which seem to be unfair. So in other words, where they give they create a serious imbalance in what can be done with the data between the parties to the contract, for example. And then we're trying to look more broadly at the circumstances where it's difficult to enter or compete in a market because you can't get access to the data. So I'm not sure if that answers the question. There's no easy definition of fairness, but it's a concept that most people tend to understand and relate to.
There's the question from Joseph Ixmans as well, who was asking, will the Data Act cover data ownership and accessibility? So clearly the answer there is yes.
Yeah, I mean, just one word about ownership, if I may. I mean, we in law, in EU law, we don't talk about ownership of data, certainly not for personal data, but also for non-personal data. But it's more in the area of rights and obligations and the ability to do things with data. That's where we're trying to clarify and intervene.
Okay, now I'm going to take a quick look at the poll because I want to get my other three panelists' reactions to how people have voted. If we have a look there at that on our screen, we can see that by far the opinion of our audience is that the lack of leadership by decision makers is the problem for transformation and digitalization in the construction industry. Alan, are you surprised by that? They voted that as more important over concerns of data sharing, concerns over worker skills, or concerns over financial investment.
No, I'm not very surprised by this opinion. I would say that this is probably one of the very specific characteristics of the construction sector, and the difference with some other industrial sectors, like, for instance, automotive or aerospace. We have, of course, big contractors, and they play a role, but we have, of course, this huge network of SMEs, and most of the project, and in particular, if we think about, you know, this renovation wave that we have to keep in mind, that most of the future renovation project will be achieved indeed very locally, very regionally, very very locally by small and medium enterprises, sometimes very, very tiny enterprises. So yes, well, our sector is probably very, very difficult and different and partly difficult from that point of view. This is one of the richness as well. And think about, well, just the architectural achievements in the construction sector. So we shouldn't forget that on the other side. But that's true that this is something which is still difficult. The DigiPLACE project, and in particular the reference architecture framework, has probably not the ambition yet to solve this issue, but really the principles and the guidelines hopefully will provide just a kind of a GPS for us, you know, to really converge towards more structure and efficient ways of processes, and in particular automated processes that will really allow us to improve at the end the built environment as a whole.
Thank you. Maximilian, I would like to get your thoughts in relation to this as well. It was clear from the poll what our audience thought. But when we say decision makers, we often tend to think policy makers. Tell us also a little bit about the role of industry in driving the transition and the possible supports that industry may or may not need from R&D funding, and the various support networks that are needed to help decision makers make concrete decisions.
Well, in general, I would say, if I go back to the poll, first of all, at least for Germany, and I'm mostly active in Germany, or my company is mostly active in Germany, it is definitely leadership, I would say. We still have problems to really think in collaboration. We still in the moment, at least in the present situation, it is so. In Germany, the construction projects are always not, let's say, not driven by collaboration. They are driven by, let's say, conflicts, and this is a problem in Germany. And what politics can do is, in my opinion, they really can try to force the use of digital twin, because this definitely will then also bring us towards collaboration.
We heard a lot about digital twin earlier on. Philip, now to you, let me ask you about how, very specifically, how confusing is it to navigate through the many digital applications for construction and their providers? I mean, we've heard over the course of the day a plethora of different options that are out there. I mean, and what benefit do you think an umbrella digital platform brings to simplify all this, make life more workable, and drive forward the change we want to see?
The umbrella will be very, very useful, because there, as you say, there's so many platforms, there's so many programs, there's so many options for people to take. And you have to remember that a contractor, and I represent contractors, we come to most projects last. Like, by the time the project has been designed and the whole platform has been set up, we come to it last and have to take what we're given. So I think an umbrella platform overall, the whole thing that we all buy into, will streamline the industry. It will just make things so much easier to work, and that's why we as contractors are well behind the DigiPLACE project.
Now, Alan, we heard a lot of different viewpoints. I mean, I hear from Philip's point of view as a contractor, streamlining is for the best. We heard on another panel earlier saying, no, it's better to have more choice. Do you fall between those two stools, or do you think the market will steer its own course? And how do you see that going forward for future digitalization in both large and small or medium-sized organizations?
Well, I do believe that there are quite a lot of different situations. As far as there are different parts. Well, as far as regulations, of course, directive and things like that are concerned, we can expect that, of course, they will see some policy recommendations and even more directive and things like that will, of course, shape a little bit and will help, not having too many regulations, because sometimes we have a little bit too many regulations in the construction sector, but there's something there where really, yes, the policy action is something which is very, very important. On the market, this is something which is a little bit more difficult. Well, I'm probably among the ones who do believe that, well, there is a market which is going to be the one that is going to lead, of course, the development of the platforms. The questions from my point of view is that, are we able, with DigiPLACE, and I would like really to jump into Philip's comment that DigiPLACE is really a very first step. It's really more the beginning than the end. Are we in a position that we can keep on discussing, working together to get to a common agreement that we have at the end some clear references about what are, for instance, fair principles as far as data are concerned? Do we have some common agreement that there are already existing standards that can be used to assemble data, to disassemble data, and that if we can agree, thanks to a reference architecture framework like DigiPLACE, if we can agree on the way we are going to operate on the data, even if we are using different types of tools, I do believe that we should be in a position where all the big players, for instance on the construction sites, but also all the SMEs on the design phase or later on, will be able to really get benefit from these digital tools. It's exactly the same way that we are all, for instance, using different smartphones, for instance. But, well, at the end of the day, those smartphones are different, but still we are able to use them in a very, very similar way, even if sometimes, yes, we have to switch from one way to the other to deal with some different smartphones. But that's a little bit the idea.
Thank you. Then, as a final question, to sort of wrap up our DigiPLACE closing conference that we've had today, which has been a huge success in terms of the amount of people. Thank you very much again to our audience for logging on and following us. So many of you keeping going throughout the whole day, and I know it is, it can be tiring to really concentrate for so long. But it's been a great exercise in explaining what DigiPLACE has meant, giving concrete examples and talking about the way forward. But my question now is there more communication to be done? And how should that be done in pushing or making the business case or encouraging the uptake of these platforms and the digitalization in general? Philip, perhaps, can you give me a word on what you think the outreach needs to be going forward?
We all have to cooperate and come up with the system that suits us all. You know, construction is a collaborative process. Yes, we have disputes and whatever, but generally speaking, construction is a collaborative process with lots of different skills and lots of different companies involved in developing a construction project. So I think the more we work together, the better platform we'll end up with. So that's what Fiat looks forward, and we look forward to helping in any way we can to get the best system we can.
Well, we have a question or a comment really in from Ulrich Petzold saying, presumably increased digitalization will lead to additional costs, at least initially. Are we sure the end consumer is willing to pay for such progress? Is it essential that increased digitalization equals increased costs? Is that something we accept? Philip, up question to you.
The upfront cost is large, but I think in the long run, the more digital we get, the more efficient we will be, and we might save costs. So Ulrich, even though I know you very well, I might disagree with you on that one.
Maximilian, your thoughts there?
Well, our experience is that digitalized projects in the end, for the end user consumer, will not be more expensive. I think in the end they will have an advantage because there is a lot of less failure, less mistakes, and this is an advantage for the end user.
And also your thoughts then on what sort of outreach needs to happen to encourage digitalization. If there is indeed a concern out there that, especially for smaller businesses, it can be an increased cost.
Yeah, what I think we have to really increase communication between the different blocks of stakeholders, I would say. Consulting engineers, architects, and contractors and operators. This is something which has to come, and which we really have to sit together and discuss how to really bring things together.
Alain, your take, please.
Yes, Once again, this can be considered according to various different points. From the users, from the tenants' point of view, for instance, that's very, very interesting because, well, we know that there are more and more technologies and digital components in our cars, and our cars are more and more expensive. And after 5 years or 10 years, well, the value of your cars is close to zero, I would say. The situation is quite different with buildings. If we have more and more technology in buildings, we can expect that those buildings will be more and more efficient, in particular in terms of energy efficiency and decarbonization. And at the end of the day, well, there will be some added value to your home or to your flat or to your building. So that's very interesting because indeed technology and digitalization is quite interesting from my point of view for the tenants. Then for the construction stakeholders, I mean the ones who are in the process, of course, of erecting and building, I do believe that, yes, better communication will indeed increase efficiency and at the end of the day will decrease cost. I do believe, but well, my colleagues are more specialist than me that, well, the cost of delay and what has been and what is achieved in the building, which is wrong with respect to what was initially designed, are the real costs. And if automation and digitalization can help to reduce this, honestly, only in these parts, well, the construction stakeholder will save a lot from my point of view.
And that's true of the renovation wave as well.
Exactly.
And what you brought up there is you said efficiency, and that brings me back to one of our other central theme of today, which is about sustainability and the EU green goals. So let me just then, as a final wrap up, Philip, ask what do you think the industry needs in order to deliver on these aspirations of the European Union as we come out of the COVID pandemic? One is digitalization, we've covered that. The other is about green and sustainability.
Sorry, I was on mute. The two are inextricably linked. What we're looking for is smart, green growth. Okay, if you're smart, you can become green, and then you can grow. So that's what we want. And so the smart industries will fester better than others. We're a little bit behind, but we're getting there. And I think within a short period of time, the amount of digitalization we're going to see in the construction sector is going to be astronomical, and that's all good for us.
Thank you very much. Maximilian, a final word. You'll have the final say in this panel. Are you optimistic about the industry's ability to deliver on those green goals?
If we really manage the digital transition, we will be able to, because this needs a lot of simulation, a lot of improvement, and all this is not possible without digitalization.
Thank you very much. That was very succinct and exactly what we wanted to wrap up. We've had a lot of discussion today. It's good to be able to come down and take away those key points that we've really been mentioning again and again. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for your input. Thank you also before to Cinzia, Sarah and Christian. We're now going to go over for closing remarks. We have very kindly a message from Dr. Joao Neves, who is the Deputy Minister for Economy of Portugal, who has specially sent a message to us today on the occasion of the DigiPLACE closing conference, because, of course, Portugal currently holding the presidency of the EU. So we're very keen to hear what he has to say.
Muito boa tarde. Gostava, em primeiro lugar, de cumprimentar a organização do DigiPLACE e os participantes nesta conferência e também, em particular, a representação portuguesa do cluster da construção. É muito importante este debate porque é um debate organizado em torno de uma das prioridades atuais da presidência portuguesa e também das orientações da União Europeia, à volta da transformação digital e da minimização daqueles que são os impactos naturais das atividades económicas sobre as condições de vida dos povos europeus. E, portanto, este debate é um debate absolutamente atual, mas é um debate que se deve organizar em torno da construção das soluções para o futuro. Nós temos pela frente desafios muito importantes de transformação daquilo que são as bases da economia da União Europeia, nesta dupla transição, que representa a transformação com base em tecnologias com suporte digital e também a transformação tem que ver com as alterações climáticas e, portanto, com toda uma panóplia de temas à volta daquilo que são as bases de sustentabilidade das atividades económicas no futuro. No aspecto mais particular da construção, evidentemente nós temos pela frente desafios ainda também de grande dimensão. Nós temos, por um lado, desafios do ponto de vista dos métodos construtivos, daquilo que são a utilização de materiais, que se baseiam nas respostas que eles mesmos podem ter para uma construção mais sustentável, mas também na importância de utilizar recursos endógenos e, portanto, que os países, as diferentes regiões da Europa possam ter capacidade de adaptar aquilo que são as soluções construtivas, àquilo que é a base das atividades que existem em cada uma dessas regiões, porque ao fazê-lo, também a dimensão da pegada ecológica à volta das soluções do ponto de vista construtivo são mais facilitadas. Estamos, portanto, num centro de uma discussão que envolve capacidade de investigação, mas envolve também a possibilidade das técnicas construtivas, algumas delas que representam histórias diferentes dentro dos povos europeus, se possam ir adaptando e atualizando em função daquilo que são os debates que temos pela frente do ponto de vista da sustentabilidade. Mas também encontrar formas e métodos construtivos que se baseiem em tecnologias digitais e que, portanto, tenham um suporte de conhecimento associado não apenas à concepção, mas também à execução dos projetos, que possam melhorar a capacidade de resposta das empresas que se dedicam nesta atividade. Nós temos, no conjunto da União Europeia, deficiências estruturais relativas à produtividade deste tipo de atividades, que não têm, em alguns casos, em alguns segmentos, em algumas regiões da Europa, comparação com os níveis de produtividade que nós temos noutras áreas do ponto de vista industrial. E essa dimensão de responder àquilo que são os desafios da organização industrial e da capacidade de serem competitivos no mercado aberto, como é o da Europa, é evidentemente muito importante. Este é um debate que eu espero seguir no próximo futuro com atenção, ver os vossos resultados e construir soluções também do lado dos instrumentos de política pública, quer portugueses, quer europeus, que permitam ajudar a fazer esta dupla transformação. Muito obrigado e muito boa tarde.
I think there we have some fine words from the Portuguese minister to wrap us up here, the DigiPLACE closing conference. It is a wrapping up conference, but as many people have said throughout the day, it is not the end and it is not a full stop. There will be lots of discussions going forward. For that, do continue to keep using the DigiPLACE hashtag on social media. We do want this conversation to continue. And of course, there's the DigiPLACE community of stakeholders. Don't forget to check out online. There's the final project booklet, which is a, once again, digital booklet with lots of interactivity, because of course the twin themes of today's event and of this year have been digital recovery for the EU green goals. And I think it's gone very clearly, it has been said that these two go hand in hand and you can't really have one without the other. So thank you very much for joining me today. Thank you for your concentration, your attention, and to all the organisers, especially all the guys behind the scenes here doing the hard tech work. Thank you for all your questions and our wonderful panellists as well. And with that, I wish you all a very good evening.
Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage, and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together. Introducing DigiPLACE, an EU-wide collaboration of 19 partners from 11 countries, representing the construction industry, academia, and national governments, united in a single mission: to build the foundation for a digital collaborative future for the European construction industry. Europe's construction sector is unique and rich in history. It's given shape to our beautiful cultural heritage and provides millions of Europeans with a safe and extensive infrastructure and comfortable homes and workplaces. However, when it comes to digitalization, the construction sector has not reached its full potential yet. The sector's long and complex supply chain makes the implementation of innovation difficult. In spite of several promising national and European initiatives to boost digitalization, the complexities of the EU market have prevented cross-trade and cross-country synergies from taking place. That's where DigiPLACE comes in. As the shared platform for innovation, collaboration, and mutual learning, DigiPLACE aims to provide a solid digital foundation that all European construction players can build upon. Our goal is to integrate digital construction technologies, applications, and services, provide best practices, and plan a roadmap for the future. What will digital construction look like? How can it energize your production and supply chain? How will it affect your work, market, and consumers? A shift to digital can seem daunting. That's why we are building DigiPLACE jointly, brick by brick. All across Europe, digitalization is driving the productivity of industries and services, and construction cannot stay behind. Visit our website and get involved now. Let's build the digital future of the European construction industry together.